7 o'clock in St. Louis, and you're listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Come on in. The water is warm. So many different ways to participate in the program. And, Doug, traditionally on this show, Wednesdays are for phone calls.
Yeah, I started talking to you a minute ago and realized the microphone wasn't anywhere close to my face. I've only been in the radio business a short while, and I'm just now realizing that there needs to be a microphone somewhat close. So I don't think I'm going to be much good to use today.
Because you didn't have your microphone close to your face.
I don't think I can recover at this point.
Cardinals won last night.
Now I'm feeling better.
There we go.
Okay.
Some of those network guys just yell so loud, Doug, I don't think you need a microphone.
Maybe that's it.
Just whatever that hot take is, just scream it.
Those are the guys who make the big bucks.
Yep. Even if you don't believe it, just scream it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is the industry. Your thoughts on the industry, 314-974-0101.
Could be the whole show. I would like that.
I would actually as well. Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Air Comfort Service text line, 314-399-9646. And then you got the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. That's youtube.com/TMASTL. And 57 people just were waiting for us, Doug.
Well, that's
Maybe they
nice.
stayed up overnight. Kind of like you get to Bethpage at 4 in the morning to get your tea time. Maybe that's how people feel about the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Now 65. Now they're just getting in there. They want to talk about the Vegas Golden Knights now losing to the Minnesota Wild.
Okay. I wonder if anyone's ever checked it like during the middle of the night at like 1, 2 in the morning to see if anyone's still in there.
Just start talking with each other?
Yeah. Just waiting and lurking. There's probably a few.
Jackson, does it work that way, or do you turn the stream off?
It's a good question.
It's a great question, Doug.
So usually I will make the live stream for the next day around the mid-afternoon portion of the day prior. And so people could theoretically get in there right then and there and start to wait for the inevitable 6:55 start time.
Oh, is that the start time? That's the actual start time.
The live stream starts at 6:55. So you could do that, although, again, there's never, ever in the history of the show been like a surprise midnight showing of TMA.
No, could happen, though.
Here we are at midnight, you know. Although that would be something that would be kind of fun.
Would it?
TMA after
sounds
dark.
awful.
What do they see at 6:55? Do they see us rustling with papers, looking for the dossier?
What we call an overlay.
Oh.
With Air Comfort Service, obviously. Airlines putting up on the screen.
Like a graphic.
Yes, airlines on the screen. And it's super easy. Yeah.
Buzz says he always is messaging Doug, hey, babe, you up, just in case he's lingering around.
Oh, for heaven's
That's
sakes.
Buzz, and he won the Listener of the Month in June 2023.
Still waiting on his gift?
TMA STL After Dark is the hottest group chat ever. That's from Rusty Pecker.
Mm-hmm. That's what it could be. Kind of a scandalous version.
The industry takes itself too seriously. However, I like y'all. That's from Kevin at the Lake.
Mm-hmm.
So, Martin, that is on the industry. That is a text on the industry. Kevin at the lake. Do you think that's the Lake of the Ozarks?
Oh, I'm sure it is. Probably not Lake St. Louis.
Why do you hate Lake Carlisle?
Down in
I don't
Austin?
hate Lake Carlisle. I don't.
Could be Michigan, Superior, Ontario, Erie,
Probably not one of those
Red
lakes.
Lake.
Huron, Ren Lake, nice. Live
Around
Carlisle.
here, when you say the lake, you're talking about Lake of the Ozarks.
Jackson, do you agree with it?
In this part of the country, absolutely.
Yeah. Sure.
Mike Shannon sidebar did a story. He liked to go fishing. And he had a buddy who had, is it the strip mines, Tim? Is that what you call it?
I think that's it.
And they go fishing the strip. This is over by New Athens. And at the end of the interview and the segment, we get all these great shots. He said, and when you run this, you tell them I'm at the Ozarks. And I said, I'm sorry? He said, tell everybody we shot this down at the Ozarks. And I said, why? Because they were a big sponsor.
Oh.
And I said, it doesn't look anything like that. He goes, well, you figure it out.
So did you do that?
No.
Fake news?
No, Doug, I did not do fake news. I said, and Tim, we call it voice track.
I like that.
I said, most days, Mike is down at the Lake of the Ozarks. But on this day, so we kind of weaved it in there. But he was adamant that I had to tell him what lake he was at.
All right.
Lake Carlisle is dope. I help their city sometimes for work. That's from the Bridgeton Landfill Fume Huffer.
I think they have a big regatta. A lot of sailing.
In Bridgeton?
No, in Summer Rental with John Candy. And if you remember, Rip Torn helped guide John Candy and his family to an upset win in the Regatta Summer Rental, 1985?
I don't know the years, Tim.
1985. I'm going to go 1985. Got it. Whew.
Yeah.
Whew.
Were you nervous?
Felt good about it, but I thought 87 was live, and so I get confused on Cardinal NL pennant years sometimes. We had Heat Is On yesterday. Shakedown was 87. Heat Is On 85. Celebration 1982, and now it's been Venga Bus ever since, and nothing makes me angrier minus the Red Caps. But the Red Caps were victorious last night. Doug, Nolan Gorman, how do you do?
Well, I'm fine. He'd had a rough night up until the bases clearing double, so.
Nolan Gorman got his eye back.
And maybe he does. I think Oli said he's going to start to play him more, use him more. So
How's that going to work, by the way?
I don't know.
Because, unfortunately, this is not a CYC team. And so if he gets more playing time, then who loses playing time? See what I'm saying? It's what, Doug, we call that a push and a pull.
Well, I definitely see what you're saying there.
So because Mason Wynn, he plays every day.
Yeah. And
Mason Wynn.
Donovan's got to play every day, although he did not play last night.
Yeah, his rib shot out.
Yeah, that sounds painful. If your rib shoots out, maybe you miss more than one day.
Is that the official injury list?
They said he's a proud member of the Southside Seaman Fantasy Baseball Club, the New York Yankees of fantasy sports, and I'm monitoring that very closely with my team of analysts, and he is expected to be back on Friday when the Cardinals host the Brewers in front of 18,000.
Yeah. I don't know what they do. It could mean fewer at bats for Burleson. Gorman might do a lot of DHing, I would think. So I would guess that's going to take
Burleson's
spot.
Oh, wow.
I would think if they're really committed to giving Gorman everyday at bats, I don't know what else you do with him other than DH.
Early got the bat to get it done.
You got the back to get it done. I like this because now we're able to do a real deep dive into the song.
Yes, yeah,
I wish Cal May would go down just for one day and do the skipper interview. Would you say Nolan Gorman got his eye back? And then ask about Burley's back? Mm-hmm. Donnie being scrappy? Every question has to be based on the song. I would enjoy that. I would like to tip the cap to Doug, who called the demotion of Ciani. I didn't think they would do it.
Yeah, because you didn't want to see the pleasant gentleman go.
No, I didn't want to see him go, but it just seemed to me like he was one guy that they could replace. They already have his skill set in Victor Scott in center field. And Baker gives him a home run bat off the bench, and Sajasi gives him a backup shortstop and middle infielder. So,
well, I disagreed with you because I thought it made sense, but I didn't think it would happen.
All right,
Jordan Walker now has to play the whole game.
Got legs like a trunk.
Well, I think he can handle that.
Victor Scott, by the way, playing in his hometown, having a nice little tour down in Atlanta. Mm-hmm. Story in the Post-Dispatch this morning about how he was going through what was SunTrust, Doug, now Truist Park, with his girlfriend Lo. So many years ago, they were on the concourse, and he pointed to center field, and he said, "I'm going to play there one day."
Oh, did he?
And he reminded her of that story when he was in center field on Monday, and he had a huge group of fans there, friends and family, and had a big game.
I said that same thing walking through Busch Stadium when I was a kid. I pointed to center field. Someday I'll be out there. And instead I wound up covering high school sports in Rochester, Minnesota.
Kind of the same.
So sometimes the dream works. Sometimes not so much.
You didn't point to the press box and say, I'll be the next?
No.
Yeah. The Cardinals win the World Series in the most famous game in the organization's history. I'll be out in the right field parking lot.
That was the dream.
Yeah, you pointed to the parking lot. Well, one day I'll be right there.
When David Freese, a kid from St. Louis, hits a home run to win the World Series, I'll be on KMOV telling people that it's going on behind me in this building.
On another station.
I'm television's own Doug Chandler Hill.
Sometimes you live the dream, sometimes not so much.
I like when Larry Connors would say, "Steve, great sportscast. Doug, great sportscast." Mm-hmm. And then on the days he didn't say it, I wondered if it hurt.
Yeah, didn't have quite such a good day.
Martin, some criticism of your broadcast last night. Fuelsy says, "I'll be honest, I was disappointed when Martin was doing the highlights last night, and when referring to Gorman, he didn't say that he got his eye back." That's from Fuelsy.
I have to agree. That's a big miss. I know. In hindsight, I miss the
You
moment.
want to give some Easter eggs to TMA viewers?
Well, I've done the Doug Vaughn Index on television for the amusement of no one but me in the studio. I did see Mandy Murphy look over like, what is the Doug Vaughn Index? So on occasion, I will do jokes just for myself. And Fuelsy, we're going to correct that.
Wow.
When Gorman goes deep today or strikes out, we'll show the clip, and I will say, Nolan Gorman got his eye.
Got his eye back.
Eric in the Central West End called in yesterday on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, and he is reporting that he has separated ribs before. He says it's quite painful, and he'd be surprised if Donovan's back by Friday. So that is inside word from Eric in the Central West End.
Well, a rib popping out does sound extremely painful.
I was surprised when they said he's going to just be back, and he might even play today. Day game today, I would imagine they'll try to wrap that thing up in about 90 minutes.
Okay.
Both pitchers have an ERA above 7.
That's the one thing that could make it difficult.
Yeah.
Let's see. Albert Edison is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, Doug. That's a combination of Albert Einstein and Thomas.
Smart guy, probably.
Good morning, Albert. You're on with Jackie Papers.
Jackie Papers, I've got a bone to grind, big boy.
Oh, gosh.
Go ahead.
I don't even know what my text name is anymore. Did I get Albert Edison, or am I still Doug's laughing fit hanky?
I don't even know who you are. This is a phone call. I don't know.
Wow.
I do.
Wow.
You listen.
Albert Edison, what is the issue here? Because Jackson is not familiar with your work. Is this something that's taken place on social media, or what's going on?
No. I text in all the time, and never gets read. I text, who am I? Because I put in for the name Albert Edison, and I don't know if I got it or not.
You did. I'm just looking now. Yeah.
Okay. And so what's going on? What is the issue, Jackson?
Perfect. Thank you so much.
That's the whole purpose of the call.
Yeah, I can't get through the text, Doug.
Oh,
So you called in to complain that your texts are not being read.
do you have a hot take or anything?
Hey, Martin, where'd you go to college?
Marquette.
Oh, you did? I had no idea. Thanks for letting me know.
You got it, buddy.
Yeah.
This guy's a Weisenheimer.
That one
Also,
hurt. That one really stung.
Also, did you guys know that Chairman Kurt likes to go on Facebook as D'Angelo Hopkins?
Yeah, I believe we did know that.
Okay.
Did you know that? That's interesting. Doug, will you spit on me?
Oh, gosh. Oh, that's it.
And Tim, I love you.
Put him down. Put him down. Get off this station.
What's going on?
He did have some hot takes here at the end.
A little early for bleach, but I don't know. Maybe on the rocks.
Shut it down! That's from the 314. This guy needs to get a life. Move out of your parents' basement. That comes from the millennial who does pride himself on letting us know that he lives in his parents' basement. Let's see. It's 'cause you're not funny. That's from Buzz. Hit the damn buzzer. That's from Kwame Boyukas IV. This guy's super weird. That's from Thrill Fan 22. Blockium. That's from the co-founder of the Fairmount Parks Players Club. Hey, Doug, I don't have a rib popped out, but I'd like to pop something in you. Can I come over? That's from the Oakville O-Face.
Okay.
And Clark W. Griswold. Doug, you remember him crossing
Sure.
the old man, the old miss. And he says, oh, my God.
Sometimes the phone lines are poison.
And yet Wednesday's program historically is focused on the Callier and Thompson phone lines.
Right,
here
as it should
on
be.
TMA.
So the next caller has a great chance to get approval because that was That was like a 3-pitch strikeout. So the next hitter, all you have to do is take a pitch.
And Martin, comparatively speaking, now Chairman Stephen Wildwood, TMA Listener of the Year in 2023, says, I now feel pretty good about my calls. See how it works. It works.
Very few callers ever meet with the approval of the listening audience. Very few.
Doug, should I not go to the phones anymore? Frogger on I-270, no! That's from Carlos Spicy Waiter. You're still welcome to call in, and the Stiefel dossier is Jackie Papers. What do we got going on here today? I mean, you got the traditional 101 ESPN Blues interview. It's Jamie Rivers on Wednesdays at 8:15. Taylor Twellman for the Doggy fans at 9 o'clock. How about that?
I believe he's on the call Sunday night. They're at LAFC, Doug.
Okay.
And is that in Carson, California?
Oh, gosh.
Or is that Galaxy?
I just don't know.
I think that's the Galaxy. Gosh, we should
So
know this by now.
LAFC plays in...
The greater L.A. area.
Well, you guys going out there for the game?
I'm thinking about it.
Okay.
Stay with the Sloaney Pony. And then Steven Matz, who got himself a W,
Yeah.
is going to join us
Did a great
at 9:30.
job last night.
How about that?
They play in Exposition Park.
Which is where?
It's a neighborhood of Los Angeles.
Neighborhood of Los Angeles, Doug.
I got it.
I live in the neighborhood of St. Louis.
Just south of USC, just south of the main campus of USC.
Kind of
a nice neighborhood.
Next to the Coliseum. Right next to the Coliseum.
Kind of the heart of L.A. there.
Yeah.
A little inland from the water.
Certainly.
Well, we'll talk about the neighborhood of Los Angeles with Taylor Twellman at 9
He probably
o'clock.
wouldn't mind.
Yeah, he might not mind. Stephen Matz, 9:30. And you can email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air is online at DesignAirService.com. Doug, I bet you woke up this morning, you saw the sunshine and thought, my goodness, am I living in South Florida? Beautiful. I mean, the weather yesterday, beautiful. The weather Monday, beautiful. The weather today, beautiful. And let's see what I got here. High of 78 and sunny throughout the course of the day. How do you do?
Well, I'm fine.
Weekend forecast looks glorious as well. Now we're enjoying it.
These are the solid days.
And when the Blues win the next 3 and then get that Friday night game, May 2nd, what is now being known as, and I don't know if generous executive Mike Caruso is going to promote it as such or not, the Sundress Special in St. Louis. Wow, that will be a sign that the warm weather is here in St. Louis as the Blues advance to the second round to take on the Colorado Avalanche, setting up a surprise matchup with the Minnesota Wild in the Western Conference Final. The two wild cards playing each other.
Are you saying fans are required to wear sundresses, or just it's suggested that they do?
I'm pro-liberty and I'm anti-kink shaming. However, I think a lot of guys and some ladies will wear sundresses to Game 6 on Friday, May 2nd. 7 p.m. puck drop, too.
It would
kind
be
of
a fun
surprise.
look for the crowd.
Kind of a surprise. I guess all the other series must have shut down for them to put St. Louis and Winnipeg in the primetime slot. Good to see the Florida Panthers and Tampa Bay Lightning got a chance to play a game last night. They finally got their series underway. Matthew Tkachuk is back, and you're going to be in trouble. Hey la, Walt's son is back, and he scored. Brady Tkachuk, he got out there. Guess what he did?
Scored.
Aye. But
Matthew got 2 goals.
the Senators tied it late against the Leafs. Craig Berube was looking at that iPad going, I think we challenged it, but then we miss it, and then we're giving up a power play. Chose not to, and then the Leafs were able to win it in overtime, so the Senators now down 2-0 in the Battle of Ontario, the Battle of Florida. The Lightning now fall behind the Panthers with Matthew. I was wondering how healthy he would be. Clearly, he's doing just fine. Meanwhile, the Wild go into Las Vegas, and they get a split. Beware the Wild. They're healthy. They weren't healthy. They were damn good early in the season. Lost some players to injury. One of the sickest passes you'll ever see last night from Kaprizov that set up a goal, and Minnesota goes into Vegas, and they win, heading back to St. Paul for Game 3. Doug, there is your NHL Stanley Cup playoff update.
It was a heck of a little update. I'm thinking that this might be the Toronto Maple Leaf year.
Ooh,
It just kind
wow.
of feels like it.
How do you do?
With the chief at the helm up there. And certainly they got the do factor on their side. They're playing very well right now. Played well right at the end of the regular season. I think they might be the team to beat. If it can't be the Blues, I would want it to be Toronto.
We talk about Winnipeg and all their failures. I was looking at the Toronto playoff exits. It's not. It's 2017, 2018, 2019, first round, 21, first round, 2022, first round, 24, first round. And of those, we had 4 Game 7 losses.
Brutal. And if I'm not mistaken, there's been some 3-1 leads that have been lit on fire.
So they have, I mean, for a city that in the middle of August is talking about the third line, just lives and breathes hockey.
Probably the hockey capital of the world.
Yeah. I mean, maybe in Canada they'd say Montreal, but man, Toronto lives and breathes hockey, and they just can't do anything in the postseason. Yeah. If Chief gets through there, can you imagine? I mean, he's got the
statue.
He's got the free drinks at O.B. Clark's for life. Toronto, they'd name him. What do they have, Doug, up there? A prime minister?
I believe so.
Probably get all of that.
Yeah. Well, I'll root for them. Again, if it can't be the Blues, it'd be fun to see him win.
How about a Leafs-Canadiens Eastern Conference Final? How do you do?
Well, I'm fine, but Toronto would win that.
Is that right?
Well, sure they would, yeah. I think a Blues-Leafs final would be great.
Oh, glorious. What do you
Who'd
think?
you root for?
How about the Blues?
Oh. Well, I mean with Chief there.
With the Blues.
Okay. Would it be a tough call?
No.
And by the way, the Hurricanes won last night. That's the one that if I could have put some cash down on a sweep, it would have been the Hurricanes and the Devils. They won 3-1 last night. So there it is, Doug. There is your update on your Stanley Cup playoffs. Blues tomorrow night. They list it on ESPN.com as 8:30. We have moved it to 9:01:30 as the over-under. If you got it at 8:43 and you were able to bet the over, I think you're already able to cash that ticket. Now talk of it being in the 9 o'clock range. Hell, I don't know. I'll be ready at 8:30, even though I know
just get ready.
and then I'll try to watch the first period, and then I'll take my pills, snort them up, and then I'll wake up at 4:30 to watch the final couple periods. And then the Blues will cut the series to 2-1, and we'll get ready for a Jim Dandy, a little Sunday matinee special, Stanley Cup playoff. Hello, friends.
Now, do you mind if I do a little crowdsourcing?
Sure.
These games sometimes get pushed back because a game earlier in the evening goes long. What do they do if that earlier game goes into a couple of overtimes, and now you're not just 10 or 15 minutes late, you're an hour and a half late?
Sure, I've seen this happen before, and what they do is they just put Joey Vitale up on the Jumbotron, and he just kind of riffs.
What could go wrong?
It's like juggles.
I mean, they start it anyway, don't they, and move it to another auxiliary channel?
I would think that they would offload it to
I mean, you can't have the fans just sit there for hours waiting for a game in another city.
No. I would assume, that they could move it to a different one of the many ESPN properties in FanDuel Sports. I don't know what's stopping them from going.
Yeah, you'd have to. I just wonder what the cutoff time is when they say, all right, that's enough. That's enough. Go ahead and start the game.
Could we make that limit about 5 minutes after the proposed start time?
Yeah, I'd be in favor.
You going to stay up and watch the whole thing?
The whole thing? Not a chance. But period, maybe 2, sure.
What if we're tied after 2 stanzas?
Fight Blue, don't. Beat Jet.
I can wake up in the morning and watch the condensed version of it. Well, what? Sleep is important.
Well,
based on the first 2 games, I'm okay if you don't watch. No offense, but I'm kind of a superstitious person.
Yeah.
So if you sit this one out, I kind of want to see if they do better. No offense.
That will be no problem to me if that's what you guys want.
What do you think? I don't know.
I think that'd make you happier, and I think that'd make the audience happier. I don't think people tune in for your hockey perspective. They tune in for
Not yet.
Oklahoma City and Memphis recaps.
Thunder continue to dominate.
Doug, do you like the shirts they wear in Oklahoma City in the crowd?
No, I haven't seen them.
Looks like a COVID game, doesn't it? With the cardboard cutouts?
Well, yeah. Well, if they go with the white T-shirt, it looks really cool, and then when you go with the blue, it's like they just look like seats.
I went with the 3-panel on YouTube TV last night for the city and Memphis, and then the Leafs and Senators and the Battle of Florida with the Lightning and the Panthers. I'm like, what the hell's going on in Oklahoma City with the crowd?
Yeah, and that 3-panel, it's just so. I tried doing Knicks, Pistons, and Blues game on the 2-panel.
Yeah, I know a lot of St. Louisans did.
Yeah, it was a popular move. You just can't see a thing, especially with hockey. I could not. I had no idea what was going on. So I just, what I did? Some people might think I go Knicks, Pistons, and just flip that on. Nope. I just said, all right, dedicated the TV to the Blues game.
Look at this guy, 3.5 years into 101 ESPN, and he decided not to watch the Knicks and Pistons with the Blues playoff game on.
That's right.
All right.
Yeah, where's my medal?
Talk about a commitment. Now watching Pistons Knicks. Wow, this guy.
Francesa was not happy, by the way, about the Martin. I know you always enjoy Mike Francesa. Take a listen. He's doing his Bet Rivers program, and he is not happy with the Knicks. Jackson, you got it.
Yeah, here's the audio.
4 guys watching 1 guy play basketball is not an offense. I don't care what your name is, and Brunson is not Michael Jordan. Okay, he's an effective scorer. He is a cunning player. He is a very shrewd player. But a lot of what he does is got to be him initiating contact, flopping, head fakes, bouncing. He's on the floor the whole game. That is not an offense. And if these guys aren't going to touch the ball and then you're going to throw it to them in big spots at the end of the game when they haven't had anything to do with the offense the entire second half, they're not going to make the shots.
Okay.
I've been mad.
Did you
Cunning
like that
player.
too?
I like cunning player.
I don't care what your name is.
Does Francisca have kids? Because I wonder what kind of...
Yes, he does.
Okay, I wonder what kind
They're
of
in their
dad-
20s.
I was going to say probably older.
And then I think he has a couple like really young ones, even though I think he's around 70.
Yeah.
I'm wondering what kind of dad he would have been with the kids' teams. You know, when they bat his son or daughter ninth in the lineup.
You think he might have?
I can't see him remaining silent on the sideline. Gosh.
There's almost no history of radio people yelling at coaches when their kids play sports, though.
Martin, is that a shot at your St. Clement?
Can't think of anything.
That was the dean of DePere. And Coach Schertz wanted to compare records. I said, nah, we don't keep track of records on here.
You're welcome to get involved. Obviously, off to a great start with the phone lines. 314-974.
It killed it. It was the end of Call-In Wednesday.
Never. 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson. Phone lines, Jamie Rivers, Taylor Twellman, Stephen Matz, Design Air Heating and Cooling. Email the day. That is your Stiefel dossier. Design Air is online at designairservice.com. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. I'm a client. If you run into any HVAC issues, you go to designairservice.com, and Seth Goldcamp's team will be on it and take care of it very quickly, and there will be no upsell. I got upsold the other day, not with HVAC, different industry, and I'm like, I said to the tech, I said, I get you got to do it. And I respect it because you're doing what your employer asks you to do. But I said, I'm not interested, and here's my reasoning. And I gave him my reasoning, kind of like Don Corleone. Was that to Salazzo, who was played by Joe Torre? Am I correct on that?
It looked like Joe Torre, younger version.
So you're not going to get that with Design Air Heating and Cooling. Longest running sponsor on TMA, online at designairservice.com. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
back in town. All the boys are back at home. Back to toasted ravioli and that Budweiser foam. St. Louis stands behind us. We'll knock them out in a few. All together now. Let's go Blues.
Oh, Doug.
Very nice. Very, very
We
nice.
got Joe Boo and Thomas with Shen play in the wing. That loud crowd is the best. Yeah, and this is what we say. St. Louis stands behind us. We'll knock them out in a few. All together now. Let's go Blues.
Oh, Doug, they're buzzing in St. Louis.
Why doesn't that play on the Enterprise Center Jumbotron?
Pretty good.
Yeah, I think the fans would like it.
I haven't. Have we played that one before?
New one.
Where'd that one come from?
I get sent new ones every single day.
Is that right?
This one's from a listener. I won't give his full name, or even if this is his real name, who knows? I'll just say Michael. Shout out to Michael.
But
Just
give
made
it
up a
away.
name there?
No, that's the name, the first name that was sent to me. I'm
Okay.
not giving away the full name. Michael's a pretty common name.
I wonder if there's any copyright on music like that. If it's AI, it's just
As long as you're
Open
not
game for anybody?
As long as you're not using copyright music like the horns.
Doug, does that answer the question?
Well, I mean, like you can't copyright the sound of a trumpet, you know. So as long as you're not.
I just wonder if the guy who put that through AI, if he can copyright the songs that
Oh,
AI
that's a good
spits
question.
out.
That's a good question. Probably
A
not.
lot of Copyright Council listens to this program. And we will take your intellectual property calls at 314-974-0101. Also, if you're unhappy with Jackson because you're not sure why your text name isn't saved, you can also call in as Albert Edison did earlier in the 7 o'clock hour. The Loomster says because it's terrible, Doug.
It's not terrible.
Oh, I like that
it's
one.
nice. Call in, big copyright litigator.
There is kind of a vibe that's become popular with what's being sent to you, right? Kind of that, not zoot suit-ish. but-
Well, I would say those who send me stuff send me a variety of musical genres. They like a little more of the big band.
Big band.
For Doug. Some more of the hip hop R&B, a little pop, a little rock, a little country. I'd say we have a pretty good mix.
But I think lately there's been a number of these blues, big band, kind of
Certainly.
finger snapping.
Kind of feels like you're on Bourbon Street, New Orleans.
Well, I think it's, the St. Louis Blues. I've always said,
marching
lean
in.
into the musical history of St. Louis.
Well,
and
don't
make
tell
that-
me what to do.
Not you personally, but, the note.
Okay.
Lean in. Rhythm and blues. That's their slogan. Rhythm and blues.
Rusty Pecker says, how could a company ever pay another musician for a jingle or actor for voiceover? That song is effing great. He really liked it, Doug. So now you have an ally in Rusty Pecker.
Well, there's a lot of people in the entertainment business very much worried about that exact thing.
Fighting it. Mm-hmm. That was a SAG, Screen Actors Guild, fights it real hard.
Yeah, they've been battling it.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Tim, the text line's often on opposite sides. Overkill, boys. Overkill. And that's right after massive erection. That's all. So back to back.
You can't win with these
Approval
folks.
rating and then rejection.
Any way to be negative, you got to find the way.
I don't know what this means, but it's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves. And Doug, he is a sponsor on this presentation, and we're certainly grateful for his support. He has sent it in a few times. Pale, send me that scorecard. How'd Kai shoot? I had a plug in him. Pale, Redbud, score. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves. Doug, what does that mean?
Doesn't sound like he's recovered from very much.
I think he's been captured and he's now speaking in code.
He plays golf in a league at Forest Park, and him and his team couldn't make it yesterday.
So
he said,
Redbud is one of the courses.
well, Redbud's one of the courses at Forest Park. He said, do you want to play to me? And I said, yes. And I gathered a foursome, and I played in his stead. So I have to send him
And
the
Sweet
scorecard.
Sweet Kai was a part of it?
No.
Sweet Kai, Doug, rakes bunkers in Cape Cod.
He's currently in Martha's
And
Vineyard.
his wedding is the reason why Jackson is refusing to go to the Plowhawks wedding.
That's some creative verbiage there. But
Are you going to the Plowhawks wedding?
sadly, no.
Why?
because I am going to my buddy Kai's
No
wedding.
further questions.
The refusal. Regardless.
I can play sports talk radio. I just really morally choose not to.
Yes, I'm going to send him the scorecard right now. It was a beautiful day. God, was it a nice day out yesterday.
How was your ball striking? Was the 7-iron flying 145?
A lot of wind in, so it was tough to gauge. But when
The wind was constantly in. It didn't matter.
But when wind was with, I think that was more to my natural number. I was like, oh, I'm really popping it out today. It was just, you can't beat a day like yesterday.
So you really do go golfing after the show. It's not just to get out of Cardinal offers. I wanted to be clear on that.
Sometimes. Yeah. And that kind of just fell in my lap yesterday, which I would have been sad if I didn't.
A guy fell in his lap, Tim.
Hot.
If I had a nickel. No, I enjoy, I would have been mad if I didn't go outside and hang out yesterday because it was so nice. I mean, so nice.
Well, it sure was. I'm glad you were able to hang out and hit this 7-iron 130, 35.
If I goose it, maybe about $150.
You're welcome to call in, chastise Jackson for his 7-iron distance at 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson sponsor the phone lines. Then you got the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where 207 friends are in there talking. And Percy Blumpkin is one of them. And he says, last time I played at Forest Park, a group of locals were taking family pics in the bunker acting like they were at the beach.
No, stop. Stop. No way. There's no ocean behind it. No way.
Is that a real thing?
I don't know if
There's a pond or two.
I don't know if it's a bunker. I guess the Grand
Percy
Basin.
Blumpkin calls them a group of locals.
I'm trying to think. There's no bunker big enough there to even do something like that. That'd
Is
be really
Redbud
funny.
the par 3?
No, sir. The course at Forest Park have 3 9-hole courses. Redbud is the one along Skinker.
Where you can hit a car.
Yeah, big time.
It often happens,
Or someone getting some exercise in, running up and down Skinker, heads up.
Forest Park is really a gym. This is not really a hot take, but when you're there and you see all people running and walking and you see guys playing rugby and golf and riding bikes, it's really, there's a lot of energy there.
Right in the heart of the city. 8 times as big as Central Park.
Yeah, it's huge.
Is that right?
8 times.
It doesn't feel that way, but I've often heard that stat. Because when you're in Central Park, it feels massive.
Yeah.
It feels similar. But if you have out-of-town company, Doug,
I want to call.
I think that's a thing.
I can't imagine that's the case. But Jackson, I feel like would kind of know this.
It's 1,300 acres. Forest Park is approximately 500 acres larger than Central Park.
But then that wouldn't be 8 times as large. Am I correct?
That's all the stat I was told.
We got to figure out, there's 2
Yeah, there you go,
golf
Tim. So
courses.
shut it down, Tim. That's what he was told.
I felt good. I'm like, I got pocket 7s. He might have king, queen. I don't know. I'm ahead. I got a call.
There's one golf course with 27 holes, and there's another one with 18 holes. Just that's a lot of territory.
No, only 9 holes at the Highlands.
The Highlands got 18, doesn't it? Just 9?
Oh, boy. I'll take your Forest
Jiminy
Park
Christmas.
call.
Home
We need
course. Home
So
course.
there's
7's held
36
up.
holes.
Home course of Yore will
Is it
do
the
Rams.
Now I'm going to ask,
Yeah,
is it
I'm-
Highland?
What?
The other course that I thought was Redbud.
Highlands.
Highlands.
The Highlands
Now
Golf
you
and
said
Tennis
that as he
Center.
mocked me.
I didn't mean to. I
Were
worked
you
there
a member?
forever. I worked there for 5
Highlands.
years.
Doug, to your point, if you have out-of-town guests and you don't know where to take them between Webster and Cotterville, you settle on Forest
All
Park.
right. Not 8 times, sorry. That's what I was taught. I was told, I swear, I can think about it in my head pictures.
How much
8
bigger
times.
is it?
I was told
bigger.
8 times. It's bigger,
it's
but not
bigger.
that much bigger. Sorry.
So it's almost the same size?
Let me have it.
It's fine.
No, it's going to be the biggest affront to these people's day.
Nice Forest Park stat. Jesus, that's from Big Tuft. He's not happy right now.
So they're almost the same size? Let me guess, Central Park is now bigger than Forest Park?
Forest Park is bigger. But Doug, to your point, a nice leisurely drive with out-of-town company, they are impressed.
Yeah, it's a great place. It really is.
Why don't we do
Crown
a show?
jewel of the
Let's
city.
do a show from Forest Park. We'll just be sitting in the middle of the cricket fields.
Hey, Tim, pick me, Tim. Hey, Tim, did you know that the moon is 5 times bigger than Wet Willie's? Oh, then I think he meant Wally's on 44.
Yeah, it's a nice big gas station, but it's not near as big
Go
as
to
the-
hell. Jackson's. That's like Plowsy level math. That's from the 480.
I wasn't adding things. I was told at one point in my life that it was 8 times as big. I promise. There's no way I just would have made that up.
Okay, Jackson, Forest Park is the size of Rhode Island. That's from Eric in the Central West End. You failed math class. Get it together. Great job, Pale.
Okay.
In 7th grade, I did.
Did you really?
You failed it?
Not failed, but they definitely didn't advance me. So every year in high school, I was with the grade below me in math, and that was really humbling.
So it's different than failing. You just didn't advance.
Sure felt like failing.
You were in like the play-in game. You didn't miss out.
I thought, I was
you
in the first
play-in
4.
math game.
I was kind of on that
First
same
4
track.
out. They had a bracket for kids.
Yeah, I was on the bubble.
I was on that same track, and by my senior year of high school, they said, well, the only thing left, you need another math credit, and you can take either advanced algebra, or you can take just a general math class as a review of everything you had, a review of all math, just to kind of, review everything. I said, I'll take the option B. I'll take that. I got in there. It was like addition and subtraction.
Oh, no. Well, you're an athlete. They had to take care of you.
Got a review.
I said, you got to be kidding. It was the same math I'd had like in 5th grade. Aced it. I aced it, fellas.
Pioneers, stand up.
Guys, an acre has 43,560 square feet. P.S. I have a chubby right now. Doug, that's from Injun Joe's Cave Ride Magic Man. Just kind of sharing some statistics. No, it was friggin' Wet Willie's, quite possibly the greatest concrete water park in the world. That's from Magic Beans.
Right there at 141 and 44.
I think so.
Up on the hill, and Molly Brown's was right below it.
Convenient for old money.
Hey, Joe Buck grew up at Wet Willie's.
He grew up there?
No, I'm saying most of us hung out at Wet Willie's as kids. I'm going to guess Joe did not.
Caller Ellen says she really wants Percy Blumpkin's story about locals taking pictures in bunkers to make it look like they're at the beach to be true. So Percy Blumpkin's going to need to confirm that story with an image of a family taking a picture in a bunker because it'll look like they're at the beach. I just don't know how that can visually be the case.
No,
because usually you have that water on the the horizon in the backdrop, right?
One would think, unless you're facing away from the ocean, but even then, it wouldn't look like Forest Park. It wouldn't look like Forsyth Boulevard.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, I that would be really surprising. I guess maybe the Grand Basin in the background, but that'd be some aggressive photos.
Would it be weird if there were people sunbathing in the sand traps and then running into the ponds to swim every now and then?
I worked at Forest Park for 5 summers, working on the golf course, and it's right in the middle of the park, so people are always just walking around. Like you'll be ready to hit your drive, and then like 3 or 4 people decide to set up a picnic at Dogwood 4, and next thing you know, you got to go drive up there and be like, hey, can you mind if you go literally anywhere else?
And would they do that? Would they gladly leave?
There would be some griping. This is a public park, no doubt, but you might get hit by a ball.
$20 says the family wagon of those bunker Hoosiers has a Salt Life sticker. That's from M.W. Bath.
Did I enter that?
What's that supposed to mean?
M.W. Bath.
You've been talking for 7 minutes. Not one bit of sports has been covered. That's from the 636.
We're talking about acres, Forest Park.
More important things. These topics transcend sports. Hoosiers sunbathing in Forest Park.
Bunker Hoosiers. I like that.
Your thoughts on Bunker Hoosiers? 314-974-0101. That is how you can call in. You can text in. It's 314-399-9646. And then you got the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where Percy Blumpkin revealed the story of the family taking pictures in a bunker for the family album. That's at youtube.com/TMASTL. It's brought to you by Michelob Ultra. Michelob Ultra, it's only worth it if you enjoy it. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. That's what you could enjoy with your Michelob Ultra when you're out and enjoying this beautiful weather over the next couple of days. Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat, and also, Doug, sponsor of the Dotem. And you will be able to register your foursome for the return of the Dotem Friday at 8 a.m. on 101 ESPN. TMASTL.com. That's right, the Dotem is back. It is a TMA staple going back to 2016, and it is presented to you by Michelob Ultra. It is taking place May 29th and May 30th at Oak Valley Golf Course and Resort, partnering with Brian McKenna's family on this event, and therefore a portion of our proceeds benefiting the St. Louis Hero Network in honor of Brian McKenna. We've always had a charity partner for this event, and this year's charity partner is the St. Louis Hero Network in honor of Brian McKenna. Get your foursome together and then register on Friday at 8 a.m. at 101ESPN.com. I believe all in, it's $170 per golfer. I believe that is the total, give or take a couple dollars. But either way, that includes your golf. Also, it's going to include the putting green, so that's big. The putting green's going to be included.
Nice.
But it also includes breakfast from Donut Drive-In, lunch from Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken, all your Michelob Ultra throughout the day, and then after an after party with food from Texas Roadhouse on Thursday and Super Smokers Barbecue on Friday. So your golf, your beer, 3 meals. Get your foursome together. 101ESPN.com, May 29th and May 30th at Oak Valley Golf Course and Resort. Registration opens this Friday morning at 8 a.m. with a portion of the proceeds benefiting the St. Louis Hero Network in honor of Brian McKenna. You can find all the Dotem information now at 101ESPN.com. Jamie Rivers, 8:15. Taylor Twellman, 9 o'clock. Steven Matz on his way to the ballpark? Probably already there, Martin.
I was there, yeah.
It's an 11:15 Central start, so I would imagine he is already there, fresh off of getting the win last night. The program's called The Morning After, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. The Cardinals get back in the win column last night. 10-4 victory over the Braves. Rubber match today as the Cardinals will take on the Braves at 11:15. Early start. Miles Michaelis on the mound for your Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. See them at wandoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, another blues song.
This is blues also?
This is VS2.
Argo.
6 hits in this series against the Braves.
How about this guy going home?
How about that taking second base last night? Was Arcia couldn't handle he fell down essentially in the shallow outfield.
Jackie's got the TMA bump, and it lists Victor Scott's numbers since his appearance. Was it a week ago?
Yeah, April 16th.
I believe it was. Yes. Yeah, 1 week ago. 8 hits. He's hitting .364 since the call-in.
TMA bump is a real thing, Doug.
It is, yeah. Robert Thomas became the best player in the league after appearing on this show.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. It's nice that we can do that for the community, not for us.
We're happy we can help the cause, and that's what we do. Jamie Rivers is going to be with us at 8:15. Taylor Twellman with us at 9 o'clock. Stephen Matz with us at 9:30. There is your Stiefel dossier. That also includes the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Doug, you're confident the Blues win tomorrow, right?
I think so, sure. Yeah, we'll get a W.
Spittin' Chicklets boys were talking about the Jets so far in the postseason. Let's see if they think the Blues are going to mount a Sunday charge beginning on a Thursday night.
I thought this was an incredible hockey game.
About that crowd before we start, crowd. Are you f***ing kidding me?
Yeah, that was an unbelievable whiteout.
I think Jets fans who are always all over us for not talking about them enough, well, it's playoffs. You're the President's Trophy winners, and it's your time now. And you had to make up for this disgusting first-round loss last year, and that crowd showed up. It looks like the street is 10 feet wide, and there's 1,000 Winnipeg Jet lunatics out there in all white T-shirts. The weather's getting nicer, and the Jets, man, they were behind. Dude, I had the same panic. I'm like, Hellebuck does not look great.
Turned into a pumpkin again.
He didn't look great. But, dude, Scheifele and Connor, they took over.
Boy, pretty abrupt there at the end. Gonna need a seatbelt on this stool. Keep from falling off. It was a nice little soundbite.
Oh, nice. Thanks.
I'm starting to wonder if you do it on purpose now.
No, all right, so here's often these clips are not built for radio shows to play. They're built for on TikTok or Instagram. They have they don't care about the edit because they didn't work in TV for 40 years.
Oh! Wow.
So they arrive that way. You're not having the abrupt hit. You're saying that's how it was offered.
Almost. We're working at about a 98% clip.
Okay. I didn't know that. I thought you were
post-game manager stuff or Montgomery. Yeah, that's me. I'm finding the exit point on that. But on someone on a podcast talking, I do the best I can.
So when Montgomery says, there's 2 things we need to do against Winnipeg, and then that's the edit point.
That's never, ever been my edit.
I've heard that many, many times.
That's
never, ever been my edit. It's the most nitpicky Journalism 4000 look at it.
Journalism 4000.
Well, you're not classically trained.
I'm not. Thank you, Martin. Thank you for saying that.
We almost never talk about what the person actually said in the soundbite. It's always their edit at the end.
Yeah, which was essentially about the width of the street in Winnipeg where the fans get it.
Great clip? Probably not.
Yeah. It was the only hockey clip that we have on the dossier.
I'm trying to find it. Where do people talk about hockey? I'm trying to find it. No, seriously.
Cam and Strick.
Cam and Strick, yes. I love, absolutely, Cam and Strick. But I'm talking about national podcast-wise. And I know Cam and Strick do a lot of national stuff, and they're great. But
I would press eject on this take.
All right.
If I could be in your IFB. Are you wearing an IFB?
Kind of.
It's not going to go well. I'd go back to I think you're going to be better served to talk Thunder.
It was a
and
quiet day
Grizzly.
locally for Blues chatter. The team was off.
This is Martin being a good soldier in the alliance right now.
Well, I'm saying if I'm Jackie looking for audio, there wasn't a whole lot to be served up. I might have refreshed some Schenner sound for the late show last night that was from the night before. But, I mean, it's 24 hours. I mean, how often can these guys say the same thing?
It's tough.
It's tough. I'm with you, Jackie.
The Jets were listed as the 10th most likely team to win the Stanley Cup on the Las Vegas odds going into the playoffs. Well, Doug, things have changed substantially in these parts as they are now the second most likely team to win the Stanley Cup per Las Vegas. They are plus 650 to hoist the chalice. Things have changed quite a bit since Saturday night in Winnipeg. Currently, the Hurricanes are plus 550, the Jets plus 650. Avalanche plus 700, Leafs plus 700, Panthers plus 750, VGK plus 1,000, Caps plus 1,000. Scroll. If you like your St. Louis Blues to mount a Sunday charge beginning on a Thursday night, they're plus 10,000 to hoist the chalice. When the series started, they were plus 3,000. Behind the Blues, the Senators plus 12,500 and the Devils plus 15,000. So there you go. There are your Stanley Cup odds with the Blues down 2 and the Jets 14 wins away from bringing the cup back to Canada for the first time since nurse.
The Leafs? Did you say the Leafs winning the first time?
1993?
Oh, any team in Canada.
Yeah.
Oh.
And that was L'Habitant?
Yeah, right, Montreal.
Jacques Demers, who couldn't read.
Really?
Head coach.
Yeah.
He was the
Former
Blues
head coach of the Blues.
And then he revealed years later that he didn't know how to read. And
Like in English or at all?
At all.
Wow.
Just
He'd have assistants read him the press releases that the teams were going to put out so he would be able to talk about it.
Wow.
Who cares what Biz Nasty has to say about the Jets? Amazing he knows about another Canadian team outside of the Leafs. It's from Sharon and Clayton, who I guess is not a Spittin' Chicklets fan.
Okay. Well, I like our Blues chances, fellas. I like our chances to make a real series out of this.
Nice. And you think they win it in 6 on that sundress special on Friday night, May 2nd in downtown
We
St.
may have
Louis?
to go back to Winnipeg to win Game 7 there.
Okay. So how does it play out? They win tomorrow. They got to win tomorrow.
Win the
They're not
2
coming
here.
back 3-0.
Yeah, win the 2
both here.
Yeah.
So then they lose in Game 5. They win the sundress special, and we send it back to Manitoba for a Sunday night. How do you do
that's
on
right.
May 4th, and then have a little pony on May 5th for Cinco de Mayo?
That's it.
All right.
That's how I think it'll go.
All right, there it is. Martin, Doug laid it out right here on April 23rd, how our next couple of weeks are going to go in town. And then they take on the Avalanche.
I think so.
Okay.
I think so.
And then once they get past the Avalanche, who do they meet in the Western Conference Finals?
Probably the Wild.
Wow.
Yeah, probably the Wild.
This Doug Vaughn.
Here comes Minnie.
And you say Chief is waiting for him with the chalice?
That's right. That's right.
And you'd still root against Chief if the Blues are in it?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
But for him against anyone else.
Okay.
Blues knotted up 2-2. You can book it. That's from Big Don Johnson. So we're receiving some 5-star locks coming in here from the texters.
Binners won 11 in a row at home. The teams won 12 in a row at home. That game they lost to Winnipeg, which kicked off the second half, that was a Hofer start, Doug. So we got Binner with that winning streak, Blues winning streak. 2 in a row, not unthinkable.
No.
Not unthinkable.
Now, when you've won 12 in a row at one point, you can certainly win 2 in a row.
Put a little pressure on them. Maybe bump into Hellebuck a little bit.
Run him.
Torpchenko, be big for us.
I do think that tomorrow night is going to be good entertainment from the standpoint of it being feisty. Because I think they kind of know that's the way that it's got to go in order for them to win this thing. So I think you're going to get some good entertainment. I could be off the mark on that, of course.
Well,
I mean, Doug has already mapped out the way that this is going to play out over the next 7-8 weeks.
Right.
But I think from a entertainment standpoint, Game 3 is going to be a Jim Dandy because the Blues are desperate as hell. They know they're up against a team that has a system that smothers them, so they got to somehow knock them off their game. And you obviously saw what the strategy was based on the way they came out in the first couple periods against Winnipeg in Game 1. Let's see what they pull for tomorrow night's festivities.
And you got the late start. The crowd will be, they used to always just say they're a little lubricated, which is a polite way of saying everybody's hammered in the building.
Might not be a bad idea to sign Cam Jansen and have him put Connor and Scheifele on his dance card. Rough them up a little bit.
And he could still score. Chaser game. I saw him and I said, hey, Doug said you had 3. He goes, 4.
4.
Nice,
He
Cam.
had 4.
Corrected me.
Well, it does seem like they need somebody to get in those guys' faces.
Yeah, rough it up a little bit.
Probably won't be Cam, although he could do it. They need somebody out there to make life really difficult on those two.
The Blues are winning the Cup. You heard it here first, folks. It will done.
It will done. It will get done.
I will be done.
Proofread before you hit send, please.
It will done.
I do. You listen. It's a great hot take to have because nobody will remember it. But when they do win, then you call it back up.
You think Sharon's husband bought all these timeshares all over so he can hide from all her yapping? That's from 2023 and 2024 Texter of the Year Arbor Day.
He's saying Sharon is doing some yapping?
That's what Arbor Day says. She's to me the A-list star of the Real Housewives of TMA. That is what I think we can count on. And she's gaining favor with me by saying, totally agree, Tim. Tomorrow night is going to be wild. Any Jets fans sitting in my section and start chirping, I'm a cut a biatch. Let's go Blues. Sharon and Clayton. You might want to have the cameras there for that. For the Real Housewives.
She's going to cut a bitch? Is that what she's saying?
That's what she says. That is right here in the Air Comfort Service text. She's ready for this thing.
That
think there's going to be some. You think there's some people coming in from Manitoba who are getting ready to get cut?
It sounds like the tease video
by a lady from Clayton.
For the Real Housewives of TMA. That was your tease video. I'm a cut a bitch.
Yes, we're the Real Housewives of TMA.
There's a metric for everything. Do you think they can determine most minutes listened on this show? Because Sharon would be
yes, the app. There were some. Jesse Kioski, who handles the events and promotions for this program and has since we got to Hubbard 3.5 years ago, the TMA STL app, which of course you can download, the metrics, and what was it, Jackson? Do you have a point of reference? Doug was alarmed when he heard him. Because they would listen to because you still can, there's TMA all day on 105.7 HD2. And I guess you can listen to that all day still on the app?
Yeah.
All right, okay. I didn't know. I know, Doug, you go back and listen to old.
Yeah, always. Just to study it and write notes.
Punching up that skeleton every day. Yes, they can track how
because
long.
Buck Swope would be like 1,000%.
Now that doesn't track if you're watching on YouTube. Okay. But if you're listening on the app, whether podcasting or listening live, it tracks it the whole time.
But there has
Same
to
with
be
101 app.
I mean, a very high percentage, whether it's Sharon and Clayton, Buck Swope, Eric in the Central West.
Yeah, it tells you what percentage of listeners you're in.
That are loyal listeners. I am amazed at how consistent some of these folks listen. Because, sometimes I'm sitting here and I'm not listening. And we have people at home that are listening constantly, and we appreciate that.
Guys, my neighbor Terry is from Manitoba. Can Sharon shiv her?
Oh.
That's from the 314. Sounds like there's some tension in this neighborhood over a Manitoba transplant.
He wants his neighbor stabbed.
My goodness. Sharon's going to do hits? That's what's going on in the Real Housewives of TMA? You're really taking it up a notch with this show.
Ratings month, you have a good shiv, Doug.
You might want to use James Carlton if that's a situation in your neighborhood. CarltonInsurance.net or call 314-961-4800. That's James Carlton, and he's my insurance agent, and he has been for 6 years, and you're going to see 423 five-star ratings for James and his team. There was a very good chance that your insurance costs went up year over year. What James and his team do is they look for ways to save you money. You have nothing to lose by calling 314-961-4800 and seeing if James and his team can save you money. And if they can, they do all the paperwork for you so you can make the switch. It's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. They are local, and they have a massive team to make sure that they have the best customer service in the St. Louis area. It's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, online at carltoninsurance.net, 314-961-4800. Jamie Rivers is going to join us on the other side of the break. Taylor Twellman at 9 o'clock. Stephen Matz from Atlanta at Truist Field, where the Cardinals will take on the Braves at 11:15 today. And then the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day to wrap up the program. There's your Stiefel dossier. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Well, the weather is now beautiful in the St. Louis area, and you might walk outside and say, man, I think we ought to do something here with our outdoor living space. If you are thinking that way, and in particular, if you're thinking about a customized deck, then I would like to recommend to you Aesthetic Design and Build. That's Aesthetic Design and Build, online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com, or if you would like, you can call 636-532-5008. Dan and his team, who I've gotten to know, and I've seen their showroom in Chesterfield Valley, they specialize in custom work. They are capable of doing a wide variety of things for your outdoor living space, ranging from a custom deck to adding on a pergola, or if you're looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens, they can do that for you as well. That was something that we were really interested in, and they came out to our home to take a look at what they can do for us. They can do the same thing for you. It's Aesthetic Design and Build, online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com, and let them know that I sent you their way. Welcome back to CMA 101 ESPN, Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. And it is our pleasure to welcome to our Collier and Thompson phone lines, Jamie Rivers with us here on a Wednesday morning. Morning, Jamie.
Hey, boys. How we doing?
Good. Doug let us know how this series is going to play out. I don't know if you want to jot this down. Might sound like, Doug, do you say Nostradamus or Nostradamus?
I say Nostradamus.
Okay. Blues win tomorrow night. They win on Sunday. Lose Game 5. Win Game 6 on Friday night in St. Louis. And then win in 7 in Winnipeg on Sunday. So that is what your next week and a half on the call will feature, sir.
Yeah, hang on. I'm just pulling up my Circus Sports Illinois app here, and I'm going to get in on the action since Doug's predicted that, and we're all set. Thank
There you go.
guys.
There you go. Now, multi-millionaire courtesy of Doug. Blues in 7. Nicely done. I do expect tomorrow night to be a hell of an entertaining hockey game. I just think that is the Blues are not going to go quietly into the night. Bill Pullman, Independence Day. They are going to cause all hell to break loose tomorrow night. That's my expectation. What are you expecting the Blues to attempt to do in a critical Game 3, Jamie?
Oh, I agree. I think it's going to be warfare.
Yeah.
I really do. I mean, guys, I'm sure it looked fun on TV, but being in the building for those first 2 games, in particular the start of Game 2 the other night, it was unreal. Watching the bodies hitting the boards, the ice. I mean, guys were getting after it. There were so many people at the first intermission that are either former teammates or guys I played against that were in the building. And, you kind of walk around press row up there in the intermission, and they were all saying the same thing. They're like, man, that remind me of a 90s game. I mean, there's just so much going on out there and so much violence that it was fun to watch, man. And, I think the Blues, I don't mind the hitting. Obviously, I love it. But I think they have to stay focused at the same time, because not that they hit themselves out of the game the other night, but with the 11-7, if Monty goes with that again, you do have to be careful about running out of juice come that third period. And right now in the first 2 games, the third period has proved to be the nemesis of the Blues. And Winnipeg squeaked out a couple of wins, and they're up 2-0. But no, guys, I think it's going to be an unbelievable atmosphere. I think that the Blues are going to be amped up. And I do think that the Blues will win Game 3 here. And, then go from there, see what happens from that point.
Yeah, we're on the same page there. So is that what they need to do with Scheifele and Connor, too, to get them under control, is just play more physical with those two?
Quite honestly, I wouldn't mind taking an extra 2 minutes somewhere and burying one of those guys in the corner. But, that's just to my liking. That's maybe that. I'm not suggesting that, of course.
No.
But if that did happen, it is what it is. I also feel like Connor Hellebuck needs to get the old Eddie Belfour treatment where you accidentally, on purpose, fall on top of him after a whistle, something like that, where get under his skin a little bit. He looks a little too comfortable in the crease for my liking right now.
Do you think, and I know some of those appeared to be accidental, but do you think it is a game plan on their part, like, hey, make sure you bump Bennington, especially knowing he can snap a little bit and get edgy? Do you think they've actually said bump him a little bit or get in his business?
Marty, I think it's in big, bold letters on their scouting report. Get in his kitchen. Honestly, I mean, you remember way back when, guys like Ed Belfour, Patrick Waugh, anybody who had a little bit of a hot temper at all, that's the first thing you talk about. Don't take a dumb one, but a little extra jab after the whistle, maybe fall on him a little bit. If you're driving the net, oh, boy, lose your footing, slide into the goalie. Like, you're doing some of these things on purpose because you're looking for any kind of advantage you can get. And I love Jordan Binnington, but he's kind of done this to himself, he's created this persona of you can get under his skin. He's fiery. He gets angry. He'll lose it on you. All of these things. And if I'm the other team, yeah, I'm using that to my advantage. But flip that over a little bit is Connor Hellebuck, he portrays this like, this zen, like just calm figure person. Well, let's find out if that's really who he is too. Like, get in his grill. See if he's as calm as he says he is. See if he's as dialed in as everybody thinks, and rattle his cage a little bit. In the playoffs, as you guys know, it's an eye for an eye and everything goes.
Now, is something like that said in the Blues room, or is that just understood?
Oh, I'm sure. I don't know what's said in the room anymore because I'm not in there, but I do know what was said in my day, and I'll never forget. And Marty, you guys, all three of you guys will remember this. Jackson, not so much, probably because you're probably young, but we were playing L.A. that one time in the playoffs, and Jamie Storr was the goalie. We were playing in L.A. I'll never forget it, and he was playing really well.
Courtnall.
And then Jeff Courtnall comes back to the bench and says, the next time I'm out there, dump it in. I'm like, okay, fine. So we dump it in. Goalie goes back to play it, and Court's, accidentally on purpose, pretty much 100% on purpose, runs the goalie through the end boards. Two of their guys jump him. There's fights everywhere. Somehow, we end up with a 5-minute power play. We were down 3-0 in the game, came back, win the game, and then we took the series 4 straight. So,
how about that?
Is it discussed in the locker room? Absolutely. On the bench, in the locker room, on the bus, on the plane, everywhere. You're talking about however you can gain an advantage to win the series.
I would imagine you saw the festivities last night with the Leafs netminder and Ottawa.
Yeah, that was interesting. I'd like, to me, though, that's a tell. Like, if I've got a goalie that's going to do that much to one of my players, now I know, like, if I'm the Senators, I'm like, okay, we can get into this guy's kitchen. And was it Ridley Gregg? I think was
yes,
the player
that's who it was.
The abuse.
Yep.
I'm telling him, next game, the first shift, you go right back to that crease. Go right back in there. Fall on him. Jab him a little bit. Bump into him. Like, force this guy to go crazy. Because he's already showed his cards that he's willing to go cross the line because he thinks the blue paint is his. Well, that's fine. It can be his, but we're going to get him off his game a little bit. So to me, and Tim, you're a poker player. That's a tell right there. The goalie just told me that he can be rattled, and that player in particular is the one to do it. Guess what? He's the first thing I'm doing is send Ridley Gregg right back to that spot.
Huh. Yeah, they had hit Bennington a few times. It looked accidental, but nonetheless, they knocked him over. So what's fair for one side ought to be done by the other side as well.
Go get him.
Come on, knock him down.
I like your attitude, Doug.
All right.
Clip that off.
Do you think, Jamie, defensively, have the Blues kept their blue liners back? Do you think, is there a way to get them more involved offensively?
They definitely have to get more involved offensively, but some of that, though, is due to the fact that you really haven't had extended zone time. And you got to be careful sending the blue liners up the ice the whole night. You don't want to create odd man rushes coming back the other way. So the Blues, they got to find a way to, for me, get more pucks in, have more offensive zone time, put more pucks to the net. Like, I think sometimes the Blues get a little too choosy as to what they want to put on net. And they look for a better play. And there's a couple times last game where guys had the puck inside the dots and had an opportunity to shoot, yet passed it outside the dots to somebody who they thought was in a better spot. Well, that's not necessarily the case. To me, be predictable, put a whole bunch of guys at the net, put the pucks on net, and create a bunch of chaos, and maybe you get an ugly one. Maybe you get a soft one on Hellebuck, and then you can kind of build off of that. But the Blue Liners have to get involved a little bit more, and that's something that they've got to figure out for sure.
We've seen the Blues have some problems giving up goals in the third period. You think that could just be a little bit of running out of gas this time of year, or just a coincidence that it keeps happening at the same time of the game?
Probably a little bit of both, but I definitely think that you run out of gas physically, and tired bodies equal tired brains. And, you get zoned out. Like, I feel bad for Pavel Buchnevich the other night because, he's the guy that's puck watching the whole time, and Kyle Connor just skates right past him and fires home the game winner. And that kind of stinks. But, that's, again, maybe it's tired body, tired brain on that particular play. Doesn't matter what the case is. You have to stay sharp. Got to keep your head on the swivel. And I've always said from the moment when I was a player, you got to take inventory of who's on the ice against you. For me, when I was playing, if Mario Lemieux or Wayne Gretzky were out there, or Yager or one of those guys, first of all, I knew I should get the hell off the ice. But second of all, you have to know that they're out there because they're dangerous and you can score goals. And the flip side of that was I also had to know if there was guys like Rick Tocchet, Ty Domi, Bob Probert, all these guys that could end your night in a hurry if you're not aware of where they're at. So I always tell players, take inventory, know who's on the ice at all times, know when there's a line change, know where your guy's at. I think that's part of the problem on that last one.
Did you ever get really embarrassed where they said, Rivers, get Pronger out there. McKinnis, what are you doing? Did they actually yell that? Lemieux's on the ice. Get off.
Marty, have you not heard this story before about me and Mario Lemieux? I thought I told this on your show. Maybe it was on my show. We were playing the Pittsburgh Penguins. It was here in St. Louis. No, actually it was in Pittsburgh. My bad. And Joel Quenneville had said to me and Chris McAlpine, to be fair, we were 5'6" defensemen that year on the team. He said, listen, if Lemieux gets on the ice, no panic, just get off. Win the face-off, just get off the ice. And so I'm like, okay, fine. It's the second period. We're at the far offside dot, and Pittsburgh has last change. Well, over the boards comes Mario Lemieux, Jaromir Jagr, and I think Kevin Stevens. I mean, just a crappy line. And I start, from the moment he steps on the ice, I hear Joel, get off! Get off! I'm like, I can't. Like, the referee's like right there, and I can't get off. Like, you said once we win the face-off, just get off, Well, of course, we don't win the face-off. Pittsburgh gets full control of the puck, and Quenneville's still yelling, get off! Get off! Get off! I mean, it was nonstop to the point where the Penguins players were kind of laughing. And so now Lemieux and those guys are playing keep away, and Quenneville's face is purple. Get off! I can't get off. I literally yelled at him. I can't get off. And so finally, we do get possession of the puck, dump it in, and I get to the bench. He's like, hey, good job. I'm like, no panic, right, Joel? No panic. He said pregame, just get off, no panic, No panic, hey, Joel? And Joel had lost, I don't know, 3 pounds yelling, get off at me for 45 seconds.
Boy, and the insinuation there, like, he's really good. Rivers, you get out of there. That's very insulting.
Doesn't do much for a player's confidence.
No.
Didn't do much for my confidence, that's for sure, but it's a funny story to tell, and the guys had quite a laugh on the bench.
You kind of shut down Lemieux and Gretzky both when you played, though, didn't you? I don't remember them doing much.
Well, I actually had a pretty good track record. All jokes aside, I do remember playing against Gretzky a lot. Lemieux quite a bit when I was playing in Ottawa when he made his comeback. We were put out there to play against Lemieux the whole night. Had a good game. I don't think he didn't light the lamp too much, but it was always fun, like playing against those guys. Now looking back, like for me, when I look back at my career, it's pretty wild to say that I played against Gretzky, Lemieux, Lindros. I mean, anybody in that era. That I also played against Ovechkin and Crosby, like at the tail end of my career. So it's pretty neat to have that kind of in the memory banks of playing against so many great players.
Jamie, matchup-wise, Robert Thomas, we don't know his health at this point, but is there a way where you take him off the responsibilities of trying to slow down their first line? Do you think that's a possibility to open him up offensively?
I think you're going to see a lot of that, yeah. I think Monty's got to try and find a way to get those guys going. Right now, tied for your top scorers are Cam Fowler and Justin Falk in this series. You can't have that. As much as I like those guys and we encourage the defensemen to score points, they can't be your top guys. You got to find a way to get Thomas going, Boots going, Kyrou going. I mean, I think you're going to see. I think you might see some different line combinations. I think you might see some different lines that get put on the ice because of the last change that the Blues have. I wouldn't be surprised to see Braden Shen matched up against Scheifele for a lot of it because Scheifele doesn't particularly enjoy playing against Braden Shen, certainly the physical side of it. Now, who do you put with Shen to play with those guys? I don't know. I think you're at the point of this series where you've got to figure it out quickly because that top line, they're the only reason you're losing this series is because their top guys are getting it done.
How important do you think that first goal is? It seems like if the Blues come home and get the first goal, it's we are back, watch us now. And if they give it up, it's here we go again.
I don't know if it's all that important. I mean, it's fun for sure. You want to score early in your home rink and get everybody buzzing, but it's not the end-all, be-all. We've seen already in this series, Blues scored first in Game 1 and lost, and then Winnipeg scores first in Game 2 and won. So it's like, I don't know if there's a distinct advantage, except from a morale standpoint. is the Blues have been so good on home ice that if they do get that first goal and get the crowd going, like they might get that feeling again of we can't be beat at home, because what has it been, 11 games now or something, 12 games at home that they haven't lost? Like, that's a pretty good track record. And you better believe that the Jets know it. That's on the board in their room. That's in the scouting report, that these guys have been electric at home. So, let's make sure we don't fall behind early. And if you do, then maybe you get lodged in their brain a little bit.
Jamie, I like logistics, things outside the game, and in fact, travel, buses, planes. But where were you located in Winnipeg? Were you not up in the booth? And is Monty unable to pat you on the rump? And has that affected this series?
Yeah, we were all the way up in the booth.
Yeah, I thought so.
And I don't know about this, this booty patting you're talking about, or what conspiracy that might be, Marty, but there was none available for sure.
Right, and they lost both times.
To my knowledge, there won't be any available for the next two games.
Oh, no. Maybe pregame?
The national programming will be getting the spot between the benches. Apparently, the NHL deem it more important to get all those hundreds of millions of dollars taken care of.
All right. Well, maybe during the morning skater, if you could just knock that out, I think Jobu would approve. Whatever it takes. That's what I'm here to say. Whatever it takes, Jamie.
Monty, if Monty needs a hand warmer, I'm available, okay?
Okay, there we go.
Nice, there it is.
Gosh.
Might have to do something in between periods. Jamie Rivers with us here every Wednesday on TMA, giving us his perspective. Game 3 tomorrow night here in St. Louis, and you'll be able to listen to it on 101 ESPN pregame, 7:30 p.m. Puck drop scheduled for 8:30, although we are taking the over on that one. Jamie, always appreciate the time, man. Thanks so much.
All right, boys. Have a great day.
You too. It's Jamie Rivers. You can catch him on the Fast Lane today from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. And, of course, tomorrow night he will be on the television broadcast, but not between the benches, which keeps Jim Montgomery from engaging in what is thought to be light hand play behind the bench. But it's been very lucky.
Slaps them on the rear, they win the game.
Think about that.
And that's been taken away by this garage league.
Seems like they ought to be able to find spots for two guys down there.
Doors open at 6 o'clock, by the way. Dan O'Neill, part of that great Blues team. Doors open for Game 3 at 6 o'clock. Live music and happy hour starting underway.
Should be good weather tomorrow. People can hang out outside, get lubed up. Is that what you said, Martin?
Yeah, they always say the crowd. It was always a nice way of saying people were probably going to overdo it. They would just say, the crowd will be, even a coach would say, I think our crowd will be really lubricated.
Yeah, so that's what you can expect tomorrow night downtown St. Louis for those of you fortunate enough to be able to go to Game 3 of the Blues and Jets. Taylor Twellman is with us at 9 o'clock. Stephen Matz with us at 9:30. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day coming up at 10:50. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel. Tim McKernan here for Stewart's American Mortgage. If you were someone who is looking to purchase a home or refinance, or if you were looking to consolidate some of your ugly credit card debt, maybe you don't know exactly what direction to go to do any of these things, let me make it easy for you. Call Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage Corporation. He'll help you every step of the way. If it's a new home you are looking to purchase, he will get you to the closing table fast. Try 10 days, and he will get you the best interest rate possible. And he also has the bagel loan that can help you out as well. What is the bagel loan? Well, here it is. If you borrow $200,000 or more, there's no underwriting fees, no appraisal fees, no title fees, no lender fees, and no closing costs. Stewie's your guy, and he makes it easy. Any questions on rates, the industry, the trends, give Stewie a call. Call him directly on his personal cell phone at 314-324-4440, or you can Google the bagel loan.
They hit the ice, the tension's hot. Joe Blues whispering, give it all you got. Thomas making moves, he be skating slick. Robert holding tight, defense so thick. Shut it down. Now he's got the puck and he's lighting it up. Bam, bam. Blues keep rolling, they just won't stop. With tight defense and the forward cruise, we chasing the cup with the St. Louis Blues. Blues, blues. Ain't no easy path, gotta fight for the crown. Lighting up the board, bodies hitting the ground. Fast breaks and passes, man, we holding strong. For the Stanley Cup, we bring the funk along. Raise your head in St. Louis, let me hear
Doug, how do you like this?
I kind of like it. I like this.
our city, our team.
Makes you want to move your feet.
I can't keep my feet from dancing.
Do these just keep getting emailed to you?
Left and right.
Is that right?
Unbelievable. Is this anyone in this town working? They're all just sitting at their desktop.
Working hard on grabbing the cup, winning a baby.
You don't have to work hard for these, right? You just type in a few key sentences you want and then hit go.
I think there's a lot more tinkering than that.
Got kind of a Bruno Mars vibe.
TMA 101 ESPN Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Taylor Twellman with us at 9 o'clock. Stephen Matz from Truist Field, where the Cardinals will take on the Braves at 11:15 today. I usually like to bet my bankroll on the unders on these getaway day games, but you got the Michaelis Elder matchup, and I think Michaelis will probably get to stick around the rotation, even if he continues to struggle. Bryce Elder might be on his way out of the Braves rotation if the Cardinals rake on him today. Cardinals could win this series, day off tomorrow, and then head back to St. Louis for 3 with the Brewers. After the win last night, Oli Marmol talked about what he saw from the Cardinal offense.
We played the same game we've been playing over the last week or so. Just came up with a big hit there by Gorman. We had really good at-bats and needed it. And we were able to go to Leahy and Hells and finish off the game the way we wanted to finish it off. But there's a lot of productive at-bats. And I'd say, like, listening to the game plan over my right shoulder when Brownie's talking to those guys, their level of execution was awesome. So it wasn't just getting knocks, but it was the way they wanted to actually execute. They did exactly what they were wanting to do, and they were able to string it together, and it led to 6 runs over the 2 innings. So.
Uh-oh.
That was a bad one.
It's just the ending of it. It's so difficult.
Was that on TikTok?
Nope, it's on me. That one was bad.
Okay, we'll get through it. I'm sure we will.
I know we will. I know we can do this. So the Cardinals now 10-14 on the season, Doug, but they do have a positive run differential, and that's always how you've judged a club. They can be 10-14, but if they have a +5 run differential, you're like, all right, I like this.
There's got to be a way to get into the playoffs with a run differential in
That
your
was
favor.
Strauss's thing. Joe Strauss always referred to that.
The Philadelphia Phillies above 500 and in second place in the NL East, however, a -3 run differential. Who would you rather have?
I don't know. I see highest run differential in the majors, Chicago Cubs.
My town C.
Chicago's my town,
See the ending of their game last night? Wild.
11-10 and like 10 innings or something.
Happ, walk off.
So Newt stayed in the leadoff spot, Doug, and had a big game. Contreras couple of hits
is starting to get it going a little bit. You knew it was coming.
So maybe Ollie rolling these guys out says, hey, I believe in him and it'll work. And we're all going, I don't know, I'd switch it up a little bit. Maybe Vic Scott's comfortable in the 8 or 9 spot.
He's looked great. They got to get Walker going. He's not hitting much. You got to get that happen. At least Halsey got in the game.
Yeah,
it was the second time in 10 days, and he was able to protect a 6-run lead.
I guess they had him up.
Will you be mad as a Hornet if they have a 1-run lead in the 9th today? And they don't.
It drives me crazy why you wouldn't want your best players in with the game on the line. It just drives me. It just defies common sense.
I think they said last night that he'd been up for a little bit and he just hasn't been used.
Yeah.
So they needed to get him out there. But I did worry, okay, now we got a day game tomorrow. It's going to inevitably be a tight game late. And he will be unavailable.
Well, you would hope that he could pitch 2 days in a row.
After being off for a week.
Yeah,
and off
you would
tomorrow.
hope. 1 inning, he made it through 22 pitches. He didn't have a particularly good inning, walked a couple hitters. But he's still the best you got by a lot. Get him out there. Use him.
It felt like one of those games that they've been playing, as Ollie said, the same game where you're kind of in it, gets away from you a little later. Palante wasn't very good. They score 4 unanswered, and all of a sudden, I'm like, oh, boy, this is going to be a really, really bad road trip. Now you have a chance to win the series against Atlanta, who's trending up. I think Atlanta will be fine, long haul. They're off to a bad start. But that was about to be a really bad loss. If ever a team needed a win in late April, that was it.
Kind of a sloppy game. Seemed like every other pitch was heading to the backstop. Nolan Arenado, 2 errors. How often do you see that?
Yeah. Boy, you got a 10-4 win. We got gloomy Gus over here.
I'm not gloomy
Wasn't
at
to
all.
your liking.
I'm not gloomy at all. It was a big 8th inning.
The cat is texting with me and Martin. He is communicating with Steve and Matz about his appearance on the program. Doug, that's coming your way. It's 9:30. Marquand Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 9 o'clock hour. And the cat got a chance to talk with Nolan Gorman following his big hit last night. Here is Nolan Gorman with the cat on FanDuel Sports.
Nolan Gorman, a 3-run double to break open a 4-4 ball game in the 8th. You got a 1-1 changeup that hung up a little bit. Take me through that.
Yeah, I think it just was able to get it a little closer, see it up, and put a good swing on it, and had that opportunity earlier in the game with bases loaded, and didn't come through, so I needed to come through there.
You did have 2 hits yesterday, big hit tonight. What are you feeling at the plate right now?
Just loose, just letting things come to me, not trying to go out and do too much. So I feel good right now, seeing the ball good. So
before your double, how about the at-bat by Wilson, 10-pitch walk? How big was that?
Yeah, I mean, that makes that inning even more special. So that's a great at-bat by him. That's a good pitcher for him to do that against. I know he was excited to get that walk.
How about Matz tonight coming in and kind of holding serve there?
Yeah, that was huge by him. I mean, coming in and limiting damage and letting the offense get there and do our job and get some runs on the board.
Good job. Thanks for the chat.
Thanks.
Not too bad. Not too bad. We'd like it to breathe just another half second.
Gorman said he figured something out in the final game at Citi Field over the weekend. I don't know. I mean, statistically, he has had a good last 3 games, and obviously last night's hit was critical. That'd be wonderful. I mean, I don't know why he would say it if he didn't. And either way, if he feels like he did, that certainly can have some power psychologically when he's in the batter's box. And last night he was up there in a critical spot, 4-4, and certainly delivered. So wouldn't that be wonderful? I go back to what Oli Marmol said, that we're going to make sure we extend his playing time now. That's great. The only question then is who doesn't get playing time, because Wynn is now off the IL, and I just don't know where it's going to come. Doug, you're theorizing Burleson?
I think he may get some Burleson at bats as a DH, and now Donovan, while he's got the rib out of joint.
Yeah,
it seems like there's always somebody a little bit banged up.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty noticeable that they didn't pitch it for him in the 6th. Lefty reliever in, bases loaded.
He's kind of at that point with the Cardinals where it's time to deliver, or you may have to think about moving on. He did have the one big year 2 years ago, had 27 homers, 76 ribbies. But at this point, with a career, what he's hitting like 223 for his career, you need more than that. You need more than that out of a guy who's supposed to be a big hitter. I guess you hang with him throughout this year for sure. I don't know how many more years that you think, well, he's gonna get there. Generally, the top hitters in the game, they're pretty good pretty early on in their career. And maybe he's just a Joey Gallo type who can hit a bunch of home runs, but he's not going to hit it for any kind of average. He's going to strike out a lot. I don't know that you can have that in your lineup. Maybe. If there's enough home runs, you can. That's for sure.
Any of you handsome boys heading to Maypole? Let me know, and I can get you some monogrammed loafers or Deedle Point belts. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom. Doug, what is Maypole? I'm a South City kid. I'm a meat and potatoes guy. I don't know.
Big celebration in Russia?
I thought it was like at Catholic girls' schools. They like all run around the pole. No, I think that's what it is. That'd be really creepy to go to.
Jackie, call in.
Yeah, you're correct.
That's right, right?
That is literally what it says.
Yeah, they like wear like white dresses and stuff, and they like like run around the pole with strings attached to it?
Yeah, a maypole is a tall pole traditionally decorated with ribbons and often associated with May Day celebrations and folk traditions. It's a symbol of spring, fertility, and community.
Doug, you you talk about May Day often when you test audio, and you'll do it in April or June for that.
Mayday, Mayday, hello London, come in London. Mayday, Mayday. That's how you test a microphone.
But that's got nothing to do with this maypole where we're going to get monogrammed loafers from the self-made stay.
I wouldn't mind that.
I mean, I think if like the five of us grown men with no daughters there showed up to this thing, we'd be promptly arrested.
Kurt wasn't
not shamed.
What if we had monogram loafers?
That might change things.
KG, they dance around a pole.
They're locally sourced.
Encouraging fertility?
Celebrating fertility.
It sounds like something they might do in Handmaid's Tale.
Yeah,
and you guys want to go and
archaic.
You want to go and just hang out there?
I don't. Absolutely not.
The self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom was asking if we were going, and it sounds like if we are, she is going to get us some monogram loafers and needlepoint belts.
I want that. I'd love to have that.
But you're going to get that without going to the Maypole celebration, seeing as you have 3 grown sons.
Yeah, it would be better if I say, whose grandfather is over there, and why is he just lurking? Yeah, I don't want to do that. But I would certainly take the monogram loafers.
Well, it's Maypole season.
This 53-year-old is bringing candy.
I'm not bringing any candy to any Maypole celebrations. What do you think the other parents would think if some old guy was there handing up M&Ms to some of the high school girls?
Yeah, you're a real problem.
My kid said it's not the creepy guy in the van saying they've got candy anymore. They say free Wi-Fi, and then the kids hop in.
Guys, Maypole is an opportunity for Villa moms to wear Lily Pulitzer and dads to don their Belle Reve quarter zips. Yet another sad moment for the Ledoux rich who get their rocks off by flaunting their hard-earned daddy's company's wealth. That's from little Tommy Tribbins, and he sent that from right out in the parking lot. He rides around on a tricycle, and he texts into the show.
It doesn't seem like that'd be too sad if you've got that kind of money to belong to Belle Reve and have a lot of wealth. That's not a sad thing at all. That's a fantastic thing.
You want little Tommy Tribbins to call in?
Well, he can if he'd like.
314-974-0101, Collier and Thompson phone lines. That's how you can get involved. Taylor Twellman's going to be on those phone lines in a matter of moments, coming up at the top of the hour. Then Steve and Matz live from Truist Park at 9:30 with the Cardinals and Braves. Will get underway at 11:15. Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up at 10:50. Doug, they are not happy in Minnesota.
Okay.
Even though their team won last night, I got to be honest with you. I was watching the highlights of the game, but I was asleep by 10 o'clock. Well, if I was asleep by 10 o'clock and I was in the Central Time Zone, that means I missed the puck drop of the Wild's Game 2 in Las Vegas. The game started at 10 p.m. Central Time last night. 10 p.m.
How is that good for the game?
Holy crap.
You reach the pinnacle of the season, what you play all year to get to, and then you're there and you put the games on at a time when certainly most kids can't watch it.
That's what this column that I'm reading right now. The average NHL game lasts a hair under 3 hours and add a bit of time in the playoffs. And God forbid a game goes into overtime, especially in the playoffs where it can go for ever. It's safe to say Game 2 of the Western Conference first-round series between the Wild and Golden Knights, which was scheduled for a 10 p.m. puck drop Tuesday, will be pushing the bar close. Fans staying up in Minnesota can expect it to wrap around 1 a.m. 1 a.m.!
Yeah, that could have been us if we'd played the Golden Knights.
Holy crap. Yeah, that would have been.
Uh-huh. And I'm sure it's no good for the players either. I mean, their body clocks aren't used to playing hockey at 1 in the morning.
My goodness. That's a late night for any Wild faithful in the Twin Cities who have to get up for work in the morning, and probably too late for any kids who have to catch the bus to school the next day. It's the latest example of a Western Conference team in the Central Time Zone getting a game time that makes absolutely no sense for their fans. Of course, Blues fans know it well, but I don't remember a 10 o'clock start. Martin, you remember a 10 o'clock start ever?
No.
I don't remember that.
No. I know the Detroit Red Wings lobbied for years to get out of the Western Conference because they're on Eastern time.
Yeah.
And a lot of their games would be starting throughout the year. They were starting at 11 o'clock at night or so.
And it made sense for them, but I do miss the Blues Red Wings.
I do too, man. When they played a couple weeks ago, I was thinking that.
It feels like nothing now. Detroit's in town, and they used to be one of. I mean, it surpassed the Blackhawks for a while there. Think about it, Doug.
Yeah,
think about it. Keep
I don't
thinking
know
about
what the solution is to avoid these really late games, unless it's to do like what the NCAA basketball tournament does. You just got to have more places to show your games.
Yeah. Yeah, it's terrible. I think it's awful. If any sport did that, like such a late start.
They've done it in the baseball playoffs a little bit too. Haven't there been some really late starts in the baseball playoffs recently?
2002 Cardinals Diamondbacks. I remember being out there in Phoenix, and the game was starting at, I think, something in the 10 o'clock hour, St. Louis, maybe 9:45 St. Louis time.
But I feel like when they played the Dodgers most recently, 14 or so, it wasn't like that. Like I never felt like it was starting that late.
No, I think that 2002 thing was, they're kind of like, okay, we can't do that again. But what in the hell at 10 o'clock? I mean, I'm telling you, because if Erickson Ek doesn't score last Tuesday night, that would have been the Blues. I mean, Minnesota's a bigger television market than St. Louis. And we would have been going bat crap here, and justifiably so. That's insane. I had no idea. I knew about the Wild winning last night, but I had no idea that the thing started at 10 o'clock Central Time.
And I looked up at 5 yesterday. The Carolina game was going in St. Louis at 5 o'clock because it's 6 o'clock Eastern. But it's all TV. And I guess 100%. Until the league can bully them a little bit, TV's going to decide it.
Taylor Twellman's going to join us 9 o'clock. Stephen Matz, 9:30. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Fort Myers, Fort Lauderdale, 7 different Florida destinations. Those are just a couple of examples where you can get to out of St. Louis Mid-America Airport. Mid-America St. Louis Airport, located in Mascoutah, Illinois. Website flymidamerica.com. Ready to book that flight to get out of town somewhere fun, somewhere warm, whether it's Vegas, Hilton Head. You can get there at a low price thanks to Allegiant Airlines, which flies exclusively out of Mid-America St. Louis Airport. And again, those great destinations, low pricing on the flights, and then the convenience of this airport. Parking less than $10 a day, and typically from car to gate. Think about your typical travel. From your car to the gate, checking in, going through security, all of that. Well, at Mid-America, it's typically about 15 minutes from car to gate. Part of the convenience there, great low prices, great destinations as well. FlyMidAmerica.com. Easy. That's something you don't hear about travel these days. It's all simply convenient for you at Mid-America St. Louis Airport. Book your flights right now at FlyMidAmerica.com.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues play tomorrow, Game 3 against the Winnipeg Jets, and you can catch it right here on 101 ESPN. The pregame will start at 7:30. Puck drops around 8:30. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Well, this Jackson theme music, Doug, he's really on it today.
Yeah, I know. He's excited about it. I think we all are.
How do you like this one, Doug?
Not as much as the last ones we've played.
Those are blues songs, but this is for Taylor Twellman. Taylor gang.
Well, that's great. Did you follow that? Right. Taylor Twellman's with us right now here on 101 ESPN, joining us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Taylor.
What's up, boys? How are you?
It's great to have you back on the program. You're on the call this Sunday night.
Yes, I am. In L.A. Big one.
Yeah, this is I was telling producer Joe, longtime member of this program, that you were coming on the show, and he was loaded for bear. He is he's an intense City supporter, and he is not happy with what he has seen so far this season. You're never one to pull punches. What is your assessment of where things are at this point?
They're dire. I mean, we can't sugarcoat anything. I mean, the reality is, I think that Olaf Melberg took over, looked at the situation and said, I need to fix a couple of things. Now, he publicly has said he hasn't looked at it that way, but actions speak louder than words, in my opinion. And the way he's come in is that I got to fix the team defensively. I've got to make sure that we're not leaking goals. They're not. He has fixed that, but the alarm bells went off for me at the home game against Austin when he started 5 defenders, center backs, to be exact, and 3 defensive midfielders. You're at home, and that is a very defensive mindset. That's a very defensive team, and you lose 1-0 to an Austin team that spent $30 million on attacking players, and yet the reality is they don't play that expansive. They don't play that attacking way, even though they spent the money to do so. And yet you still lose that game. That is where I would say the attention, the tides turn for me. And this team, listen, the last couple of games, are there positive signs? Sure. But the reality is the results aren't there, and they're not scoring a ton of goals. They're getting chances, though. And that's the one thing I think the listeners need to understand is that when you look deep into the analytics, they can't be the determining factor on how you assess a game, but they can be a very valuable tool. 4 or 5 players for St. Louis City have missed quality chances more than any team in the league. And so while he has played defensive, Olaf Melberg's team has had some chances to score goals, and yet it just hasn't been good enough in the final third.
Yeah, is it just execution, or is it the talent? I mean, because Lutz said before the season he thought this was the most talented roster they've had, and obviously they had the great success in year one. What do you think is leading to the lack of offense?
I don't think they're mutually exclusive. I don't agree with Lutz on this being the most talented team they've had. I don't agree with that. On the other hand, it's hard to assess that when you look at the way Olaf Melberg has played, right, and the way he's approached it. Now, listen, they got points. They shored up the defense. They don't give up a ton of goals. But, guys, they've also had a ton of injuries here, and I think that's a talking point that isn't being talked about enough, is how many injuries are happening in training. Henry Kessler now being lost for what it sounds like 4 to 6 weeks. That is massive. That is, I mean, you're talking about arguably the MLS Defender of the Year in the moment, and now you lose him. Berkey, yes, is going to be coming back. I don't think they're mutually exclusive. I think some of it is the roster. I think some of it is the approach. But I said this on the broadcast, and, St. Louis City fans were upset with it. You can be boring and win. You can't be boring and lose. And that's a real issue, I think, for this team right now. And I think City fans are now starting to see this team isn't getting the results, and yet they're not as exciting as, say, they were in the first season, even though that style of play wasn't conducive to winning in the bigger moments.
But the fans are still there, right? There's still not many seats available, if any, for almost every game, so the fans are hanging in there so far.
Yeah, the fans is never going to be a problem in St. Louis City. Quite honestly, the fans are going to drive the narrative. The fans are going to drive the energy and the accountability. That's why St. Louis is one of the best cities, if not the best, when it comes to understanding this sport. But you knew the bubbles were all of a sudden going to burst a little bit when you're saying, hang on a minute, if the style of play is not going to be exciting and we're not getting results, now that's where the accountability comes into play. But, yeah, absolutely. The fans still are showing up and the fans are delivering. It's just unfortunate that the product on the field is not.
Is Klaus still their best threat, or is it Betcher or Wallem? Who should be up front and giving them the best chance to score?
If Vollem's the best threat, then guys, we're in trouble.
Right.
So the fact that that's even part of the question is very, very intriguing to me. Listen, Klaus is a handful. He's a presence. He's not a goal scorer. I've said it on this program. I don't know now, 3 years I've done this?
Yeah.
And I haven't been proven wrong. He will cause havoc. He's their most dynamic attacking player. But it only works if the players around him are scoring goals. That's the only way this thing works. The fact that he's got, one goal since May 11th of 2024?
Yeah, 1 goal, 1 assist since May 11th.
Right. So I think that answers your question for you. Betcher came into St. Louis City, scored a ton of goals, got hot. I took criticism from St. Louis City fans because I said there's just not a natural goal scoring appeal to him, style of play. He causes havoc. This year, it's been a little frustrating, I think, for St. Louis City fans because there's a lot of wayward touches. Against Columbus, he should have easily scored 2 goals. So this isn't just a one-man fix. Collectively, they haven't been good going forward. And the longer this goes, guys, the more pressure it feels on the entire team. And so that's why they need a game where they can score a ton of goals. I just don't know if they're going to do that against LAFC this weekend.
Do you think they tell Olaf, hey, it's great, you're fixing the defense, but, man, we can't put out a boring, your theme of being boring and then losing, I agree with that. Do you think that gets expressed at any level to the coach?
Well, look at the last 2 games at home. They've played a much more expansive team, a much more different lineup. I'm really intrigued to see the young kid Joyner. The fact that he's the only player under the age of 24 that Olaf has played this year says a lot. That academy needs to be used. The youth in St. Louis City need to really be pushed to the forefront. The best teams in MLS, you maximize every player acquisition mechanism to maximize the salary cap. The academy, the youth, the young players, that's got to be used in St. Louis City much more than it is in the moment. Joyner's one of those. I think absolutely it's been expressed to Olaf Melberg, but if you're being fair to a manager that's taking over a situation where they didn't score a ton of goals until the end of the year, they were leaking goals, which forced them to miss the playoffs. You can't all of a sudden say, well, yeah, we like what you did there, but now you got to fix this now. You can't have your cake and eat it too. And they knew this, I think, hiring Olaf Melberg. Anyone that had paid attention to him overseas coming here, this is who he is. This is how he's going to go about his business. And so now if you're frustrated with that, well, then you got to all of a sudden say, well, maybe we're being unfair. Either way, they got to get it going.
So, Tim, I threw out Klaus, Conrad, Vellum. They got swatted into the upper deck. Who's the best scoring threat on this team? Is it Celio? Give me the guy who you think has the best chance to score night in, night out.
I don't think I have an answer for that.
That's a win for me, Tim.
I guess by definition it's a win for you and a loss for everybody who's a fan of the team.
It's not a good sign.
I don't think there's a guy in this team that can score you 15-plus goals, and I don't think I'm being harsh. Now, do I think there's a team that can have 4 guys score 7 goals? Absolutely. Absolutely. But give me the best teams in this league, best teams in the world. You got a guy that you can count on. And you got a guy that you can count on a goal every 2 games. And the best teams have a guy that can score a goal every game and a half, for lack of a better way to put it. They don't have that. And I don't think I'm being harsh. I think it's a realization. I think Klaus could get hot. I think Betcher can get hot. Both of them have shown that. But you're asking me over a 30-game season. Guys, the proof's in the pudding. I don't think they have that.
Is there a way to get it? Is there some move, some trade, or a way to get it during the season?
Yeah, I think, the transfer, the last window ends, if I'm not mistaken, at noon tomorrow or midnight tomorrow. So there may be a last-ditch effort here. But this is now third year. I think this is where the ownership has to look at it and say, we've got to start spending money. We've got to spend money in the right places. Because when you look at an Atlanta United that spent $50 million, Austin spends $30 million, Cincinnati spent $28 million plus. If you're going to try to win, try to compete at a high level, this league is now separating those teams that want to and those teams that just kind of want to survive. And that's where I think the ownership this summer, and particularly going into 26, you're going to have to look at it, because that's just the reality of the situation is this team needs help. But if you are thinking collectively right now, all we need is one player to score, and that's a 9, you guys answer me this. Are they creating enough chances for someone to come in here and score 25 goals? I don't know that answer. So I think it is a collective answer to your question on how do they score goals. I think they're 2 or 3 pieces away from really becoming that team. Now, defensively, as long as they stay healthy, I think they're very good. I think Henry Kessler was an unbelievable move. I was a huge fan of it, even when they got rid of Tim Parker, and everyone, the fans were a little, uprooted in sensing that, wait a minute, why would we do that? Kessler's younger. He's more dynamic. He's better with the ball. That was 100% a better move. But now he's out for 6 weeks. So I like this team in their defensive shape. I like the defensive setup, but the roster is built for a team that high presses, that gets after it. And until they do that, I don't know if we can answer that question fully on how do they score goals.
My last question, have you made it into the book? Uncle Jay Delsing wrote a book, and is there any mention of young Taylor in there? And what an athletic family. Grandpa played in the big leagues for a while. Do we know if you made it into the book from Uncle Jay?
There's a quote on the first 2 pages from his nephew, so someone lost a bet to put me in that book.
Oh, yes, okay.
How about that?
I got it in my bag here.
There you go. Yeah, I got the book. Taylor Twellman, he's going to be on the call Sunday, LAFC. Always good to huck it over with Taylor. Taylor pulls no punches, Doug. He holds no rights.
No.
That's for certain.
Tells it like it is.
Amen. Taylor, always enjoy the conversation, man. Thanks for joining the show. Looking forward to the game on Sunday night.
Thanks, boys. Be good.
Take it easy. It's Taylor Twellman with us here on TMA. Doug, I enjoy it because, hey, this is what I think. This is what I'm going to say. Mm-hmm. You might not like it. God bless. And certainly, the thing is, I'm reading, and whether it be friends of mine texting or in the text inbox, people are like, yeah, he's right on target. The question becomes, how did you get to this point? You know? I know they were bad defensively the first couple of years. Then there was an alteration, but now you're in the spot that they're in. In fairness, as Taylor points out, they have had some great opportunities, but they have not converted them, and they lead MLS in that category. Not a great category to lead it in. And so what fans are complaining about is not only are they not winning, they're not really all that exciting. Mm-hmm. That isn't good.
9 games, and they've been shut out 6 times.
That's not good. There's probably some people ready to blame Mazalok for this.
Well,
he gets the heat for everything else.
As a doggy season ticket holder, I love me some TT. Doug, you like that TT?
I love me some TT.
It was TT boy.
I guess I don't mind it.
Always speaks the truth. That's from the River de Pear yacht captain. Most of City's fans live in their mother's basements. That's from Pele Blanco. Anytime soccer comes up, you immediately have this response from some.
Bundesliga, second Bundesliga.
Right. Does then this person uses a word I can't use? I'm just going to change it to Twellman. Have another concussion. These are the worst takes in the MLS, and that's saying a lot. That's from the South City Hoosier aficionado. Does this guy have a parakeet? Doug, what does that mean?
Read this dumbass text.
Did they hear a bird in the background?
That could have been my gerbil. I don't know.
I didn't know if it was coming from the dais or if...
You heard a parakeet?
Well, I heard something. He didn't like any of my offensive options. I'm just giving him... I'm throwing him out there.
Right.
I feel like...
There's a parakeet.
I had an Oli Marmol discussion last year off camera about this player, that player, and he wasn't real positive. And I said, well, they're not my players. I felt like saying that to Twellman. This is all I got. These are their options.
Really? Mr. Sider's not happy with Jackson's 7-iron distance, and he's not happy with City. Guys, if you waste your free time watching the joke of a soccer team we have downtown this year, you need to reevaluate your life. That's from Mr. Siders.
Okay. Oh, baby! Well, they don't have anybody with more than one goal. That's an issue.
They're spreading it around, Doug.
They're spreading not much. They're not spreading a lot around.
It's interesting that Twellman, who knows his soccer, is saying Klaus is not a scorer, because I think that's how he has been positioned by the team. Like he was going to be their guy.
Yeah, he was. Early in that first year, he was the guy scoring all the goals.
Play striker, it's usually your goal scoring position.
That's what I'm saying. That's where, and then in recent games, they've been moving him back further. So I said, maybe the new coach has said, hey, this guy can't really score. I want to move him back a little bit, which is what Twellman seems to be saying. There is the kid Joyner from Bloomington. I don't want to get into, I know Ebby Dunn here, but in the weeds, Joyner is a young kid from Bloomington, Illinois, who I think is going to be back out on the pitch this weekend.
Deep Voice Dude is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat and says, WNBA is more popular in America than MLS.
I don't know about that.
That's Deep Voice Dude. And then Iggy on the couch is Iggy's name in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Fever opened the season versus Chicago.
Now, what kind of comment is that? It's a schedule reading.
What's wrong with the schedule reading? And I know Iggy loves the WNBA.
Okay.
Sophie Cunningham on the Fever.
That's right. And she just got into the Missouri Hall of Fame, and so did Brock Olivo. Did you see that, Martin?
Oh, it's a great video.
I did not see that.
It was a great video. Dave Matter. Yeah. I really enjoyed
hiccups.
I really enjoyed that. Sometimes Tim would get the hiccups on Balloon Party. And
then Jackson would then immediately start breaking down the Eastern Conference NBA playoffs.
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be tight. That to scare him, try to get the hiccups away.
Scare him. And then the NBA scared Tim enough?
No. It scares texters.
I got to battle through, though. Pull it together, boy. Pull it together, boy. Pull it together, boy. Pull it together, boy. Pull it together, boy.
Okay.
Stephen Matz joining us coming up at 9:30 on the program. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, 10:50. There is your Stiefel dossier. We are in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour, and Mark is online at evergreenstl.com. I've gotten to know Mark Hanna about a decade now at this point. He started advertising on my podcast 8 years ago, and I really want to drive this home. It is something that I feel passionately about, and that is having a financial advisor. And Mark says this, and I want to drive this home because I kind of think it speaks to his character. Even if you don't go with me, just make sure you have someone. And this isn't something like, okay, now I've got some big money coming in, or now I'm 40, so now I got to start. No. Get it done, and get it done early, and just start getting in the habit of setting some money aside. As Doug always says, compound interest is the seventh wonder of the world.
I've said that many, many times.
That's what you're known for saying. So get that done, and then the next thing you know, watch those dollars increase year over year over year. It might seem like it's a small amount at the time, but start doing it when you're in your 20s, and then it is magical by the time you're in your 40s and 50s, and then you want to retire. It is Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, online at evergreenstl.com, and I'll tell you this. You call 314-889-0503 and talk with Mark. Somehow that man has the ability to make you feel better about life in general, and certainly you will feel better about your financial situation just because you've taken the first step to having a plan for both the short and long term. Can't say enough good things about Mark Hanna. Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 314-889-0503. Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, securities and investment advisory services offered through Equitable Advisors, LLC, New York, member FINRA, SIPC, and Equitable Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor, respectively. Annuities insurance offered through Equitable Network, LLC. And now they're not happy in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Some people are only happy if they are perpetually unhappy. Move to Oklahoma, you worthless hater!
Oh.
From the 314.
I see the Veiled Prophet says the fun thing is that ticket prices, I guess he means soccer, remain high. It keeps the riffraff out of the stadium, specifically from Festus and down that way.
My God. In one segment, Doug, Festus takes a shot. In the same segment in which Ledoux and the Maypole took a shot, and Belle Reve quarter zips.
None of it fair.
And nobody's safe. You can be high net worth. It doesn't matter. everybody takes shrapnel. Shrapnel.
I really like that, man. Very catchy. Does anybody in Festus have a needlepoint belt? Call in.
Wow.
I'm sure that someone does.
Boy, if a tree falls and no one's there to hear it, does it make a sound? Does anyone in Festus have a needlepoint belt? I could stare into the abyss like Tony's Soprano. Is that the penultimate episode?
I don't like the word penultimate.
And try to get answers to why we are here. And by that, I mean here. Think about it, Doug.
Are you talking about Festus residents or people who travel through Festus?
Like somebody wearing a needlepoint belt on 55?
Right. That I could
there's
buy.
got to be people there.
Resident. Somebody
There's
has
a Festus resident with a needlepoint belt. Of course there is.
Does JR have a needlepoint belt?
No. I wonder if Jeremy Rutherford
shot.
can call in. There's not a chance in hell he does. Does this guy want to scrap? Keep the Twin Cities out of your mouth. That's from the Crystal City Clam Hammer, and he wants to fight the Veiled Prophet.
Yes, he
of course,
does.
he has a wonderful ball. If anyone in Festus has a needlepoint belt, it is 1,000% stolen. That's from the Veiled Prophet. So this is just getting bad now.
Yes, it is.
Now it's getting bad.
Those belts are expensive. Were they like $150 for
Well,
a
that's the
needlepoint?
self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom's business.
Yeah.
That and monogramming loafers.
They don't come cheap.
Usually they're customized.
I would love a pair of monogram loafers.
Doug, where in the metro do we see a chain wallet? That's from Tim's Toothless Bottom
So
Boy.
many options.
We had an open phone line Wednesday that Albert Edison killed, and the just shut her down. Nobody wanted to call in after that. And the bar was low, and they still didn't want to call it.
Warson Woods Wacko has no interest in these comments. He says, I'll take shrapnel all day in my castle of gold.
No.
That's from the Warson Woods Wacko, who is going to participate in a balance sheet showdown with Mr. Licks. That's taking place at the Starbucks at Clayton and Lindbergh, Doug.
What was the other end of the chain wallet attached to? The chain comes out of the wall. Where's the other end?
Is it a belt loop? Maybe?
Is it?
Yeah, you clip it on one of the loops.
Mm-hmm. You have experience with
Sekman
that?
chiming in quickly on that one.
I think I did rock a chain wallet back in early high school days.
Is that to keep other people from taking it from you or losing it or falling out of your pants?
I think it was just edgy.
What's that?
It was just edgy, right?
Fashion?
Yeah. I've always been very fashion forward.
Yeah.
Wallet fashion?
Did you pair that with the puka shells?
Puka shells. I think I went visor with frosted tips. Double polo popped collars.
Cute as a speckled puppy.
Kind of going for a Judd Nelson look.
I'm a monogramming titan. Clean my bin, Festus. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom, who says the Warson Woods Wacko belongs to a club near 44, right? Shut your mouth. That's from the self-made state.
Damn.
So if you belong to a club near 44, you can't talk?
That seems unfair.
God, I like 44. Always clear.
God's highway, Doug says.
It is.
Never traffic.
Yahweh built the interstate? I thought it was Eisenhower.
No, he did. Yeah, he
Never
They didn't shut it
What's it
down
like?
for years and fix it to not really fix
to not
it.
really fix it. I still want to do it. I want Buck Swope on a 30 for 30 on 170, 40, and what really took place in 2008.
Everybody got to run on it. That's what I remember. Before they opened it to the public and the cars, you could go for a little run.
How did the traffic get worse after they shut it down for
They
18
fixed
months?
nothing.
Stephen Matz joining us coming up in 5 minutes. Cardinals and Braves lineup out today. Brendan Donovan and his injured rib not in the lineup today, for the record, for the Cardinals, as they take on the Braves. Nootbaar, Contreras, Gorman, Arenado, Burleson. He'll be playing first. Contreras DHing, Walker, Pozo, and Victor Scott continuing to rake in his hometown. Mason Wynn at short. Miles Michaelis on the mound against Bryce Elder. Stephen Matz got the win last night. 2 2/3 of key outing last night for Matz. He joins us next. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
In 2025, we're gonna go all in. Gonna start it off by thumping the Twins. From there on out, it's all downhill. We going bats on fire. Bill, 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 Bill. DeWitt, that is the man at the top. Open them purse strings, tired of the slop.
No.
All he got to keep
It builds up to the young breed. Jackson always plays the long version here. When we have a guest on hold. Here we go.
First place by mid-July. All the haters be singing their tune. They'll be playing in October when you're on your pontoon. They're young gray.
Doug, they're young green.
They are young.
They young gray. Oh yeah, boy. They young gray. Mason win. This dude be
Mason won. This dude be bussin'. Stephen Matz joining us here on TMA Live from Truist Park, and he is a part of Big League Bash and also participating in the All-Win campaign. Join for an unforgettable evening of music, sports, and giving back at the first ever Big League Bash, this one-of-a-kind charity event featuring Adam Wainwright. And it's coming up on July 27th, and a tailgate-style party featuring appearances by our guests, Stephen Matz and Ryan Helsley, and other current Cardinal players. And Stephen joins us right now on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Stephen.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. Thanks so much for joining us. I understand Jim Hayes is in your ear throughout the course of this morning. Is that correct? The cat is working you over?
That is right. That is right. He always is.
But he was begging for a name. Is there any way you could weave in something about Jim?
Yeah, he was mentioning this morning, just tell the guys I said hi, and, he appreciates, I don't know. We'll weave him in somehow.
There you go. There it is. Well, it's been done.
That's enough.
Jim wins because we talked about him.
That's right.
How about we'll talk some big league, but you get the win last night. That was a big moment there, and it can't be easy making starts and then going to the bullpen. Just talk about your ability to kind of take on this role this year.
Yeah, I just kind of had a mindset coming into spring training as I'm just going to, I had a really good off season, felt really healthy, which was a big part of that. I'm just going to enjoy it. I'm going to try to, just whatever they ask me to do, I'm just going to do it to my best ability and just enjoy every minute. And kind of that mindset's been kind of carrying me out here. And so, with some of the, uncertainty, whether I'm pitching or starting or relieving, it's just been enjoyable for me. And so, yesterday was a fun win, and it's just fun to be out there and have a meaningful game.
But if a team ever needed a win like that, too, because when Atlanta scores 4 unanswered, they're in front. The offense did come alive late. I know it's just a game in April, but it felt like you guys were in desperate need of a win.
Yeah, we definitely are. We had 2 really good series at home, beating Houston and Philly. Getting swept by the Mets was tough, and then losing the first one here. So this was a good win to kind of get the momentum back in our side here.
Yeah, you're off to a terrific start. What's working for you so well right now?
I think it all boils down to fastball command for me. I'm able to locate my fastball, move it in and out. Just attack the righties with the fastball inside and keep them honest there. I think everything off that plays. So.
Stephen Matz, our guest here on TMA. I'm curious. You've been around, and yet you've got some guys on the team. It's a dynamic in which there's certainly some veterans such as yourself, but also some young guys getting a chance now to play specifically on the position side of things. What is your assessment of where you guys are at this moment and the dynamic of the team, Stephen?
Yeah, I think we have a great thing going here. I think a young core is beginning to form, and I think that's exciting for the fan base. Donovan's kind of really a staple now in this lineup and in the field. You can stick him anywhere. Obviously, Mason, when he's at shortstop, it changes everything. And then what Vic's done has been so impressive. I'm so happy for him with all his family here, with how well he's been doing this series. That's pretty cool for him. So we really got something good going, not to mention how well Pedro's handling the pitching staff, and, Vaughn, how well he got off to a start before his knee got a little banged up. But there seems like there's something happening here, and, I think it's exciting.
You spent most of your career as a starting pitcher and now in the bullpen. Would you like to go back and become a regular in the rotation again?
Yeah, of course. That's kind of what I'm used to. There's something special about starting a game, having it be your game, and that feeling you have after you get a win when you start the game is tough to match. And so but like I said, I'm enjoying. That was really fun yesterday to come in a big situation and in a really good environment yesterday. And so I'm just taking it one day at a time and just enjoying the opportunity I have to be out there and be healthy and compete.
Stephen, I know you guys have a business to tend to here in about an hour and a half in Atlanta, but I wanted to make sure we talked about what you are doing with Adam Wainwright's charity and the All Win campaign. You're going to be donating to the Backstoppers, which is a very popular local nonprofit that provides ongoing financial assistance and support to the spouses and dependents of first responders who have lost their lives in the line of duty. If you could, please tell us about what you are doing and why it is near and dear to you.
Yeah, I think, it started for me back when I was a young player in New York. I just always had an appreciation for first responders and their type of work. It was something maybe even thought I could have gotten into if baseball didn't work out for me. But, living through 9/11, being in New York and seeing what those guys and women did for us, during that crazy time, it just, made me give an appreciation when I got the platform in New York as a young player. I was like, I'm going to figure out a way to give back. And so it started there with the initiation that I started called True 32, and we just would support them any way we can. It started building scholarships for kids who lost their parents in line of duty. And when I came over to St. Louis, we were, figuring out whether to just keep that going, or we figured we'd team up with Backstoppers instead because of all the great work they already have going. And, it's right in line with where my heart is there. So, so every win, we're just going to donate money to them and support them, bring them out to games from time to time. And so that's kind of where we're at with that. So it's a cool opportunity what Big League Impact does for us to just create that space to team up with great organizations like Backstoppers.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Backstoppers, outstanding, and what Adam has done with Big League Impact, certainly following in the footsteps of some of these great organizations. Well, we appreciate, and our audience appreciates what you're doing with Backstoppers as a way to raise money for a wonderful organization and being a part of what is coming up on July 27th. You and Ryan Helsley and other members of the Cardinals going to be there for the first ever Big League Bash featuring Adam Wainwright and, of course, Stephen Matz, Ryan Helsley, and other Cardinals coming up. You can learn more about it at 101ESPN.com. Great work last night, man. Thanks so much for joining us this morning on the show. We appreciate it, Stephen.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. It's Stephen Matz with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. We appreciate his time and also what he is doing both with Adam Wainwright's organization and, of course, the Backstoppers. You can win tickets to the Big League Bash by winning the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today wraps up the program. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. The program's called TMA. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. With the weather warming up, it becomes engagement season. And if you're thinking about getting engaged, I have a place to recommend to you to go to get that engagement ring. It's Moritz Reusch, located in Richmond Heights, right across from the St. Louis Gallery on Brentwood Boulevard on the 15th floor of the tower. I have been in there. Man, is it impressive, and it is local. The family now third generation owned and operated, going back to 1982. You can learn more by going to ninjabling.com, and that's ninjabling.com. The experience at Moritz Reusch is second to none. So much merchandise right there in the store, and that is going to separate them. In addition to, if you're looking for engagement rings, guys, you want to get something put together quickly, the fact that they have it right there and also do custom jewelry, that really separates Moritz Reusch. They're online at ninjabling.com. It's Moritz Reusch, ninjabling.com. How you like this one, Doug?
Well, maybe it'll pick up a little bit. I don't think this is as good as some of the others.
This isn't a blues song.
What is it?
This is Mr. Blue Sky by Electric Light Orchestra.
Okay, it's not as good as
Jeff
our
Lynne.
blues songs.
Oh, friend of the show.
Traveling Wilbury.
Name the members of the Traveling Wilburys. Go.
Can I have initials?
I think I could do this.
Martin, then go ahead. Let
Roy
your,
Orbison, Tom Petty, Jeff Lynne, and I think Bob Dylan. Am I missing something? Is George Harrison?
Yeah, George Harrison. That's what I was thinking, but I thought you might have said it.
Yeah. So there's
Dylan's
five
in there. 5.
Tom Petty, Bob Dylan, Jeff Lynne, Roy Orbison, and George Harrison. Yeah.
How about that, Doug?
Okay, very nice.
Who's better, them or the Highwaymen?
Wilburys.
But tied for
I
first.
think I'm going to go with Wilburys.
Kind of a Wilburys guy.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go with Wilburys. I don't know if that's a controversial take, but if you hate it, you'd be at home. And the Air Comfort Service text in.
God, they hate everything today. I'll have to agree with Mailman Rob, though, when I said talk about. I didn't feel like Matz was too wordy, so I was trying to formulate something quick, and we had a window to get in our questions. And I failed. I said, talk about, which I hate. Jackson, next time it happens, give me the buzzer.
Okay.
I'll take the buzzer.
And get some time away.
Yeah.
Well, that's better than what we talked about with Matt Holliday was a week or two ago about how media sometimes just makes a statement and then expects a player to talk about something afterwards. I saw a video of Castellanos being asked something like that after they won the NLCS, and this guy just like lists.
I think I remember that one. It was so awkward.
Lists what Castellanos had done in the series, and he goes, "Is there a question in there?" That's perfect. So what your grandma think?
It can be hard to ask questions when you know what the answer is.
Yeah,
you know,
I
a
see
lot
what
of
you're
times
saying.
we know what the answer is,
Right.
but you have to ask it just in the interview setting.
It's a facade.
It's kind of
a charade, even
charade.
It also depends on the
Me in the middle
person. Like if Holiday called in right now, we could ask him just about anything. We have no rapport with Matz, and we're like,
not yet.
Not yet. So, how's it going? Big leagues and stuff. I don't know. What's the question? Just talk about baseball.
Shrimply Pibbles, Doug, he, of course, sends in pictures of his wife.
Does he?
To the Air Comfort Service text line, 314-399-9646. He says the Traveling Wilburys first met at an orgy. Is that
probably not true? Probably not. Each of the gentlemen probably did just fine on their own and didn't need help from the others.
Shrimply Pibbles, though. He's...
May I join you?
Oh, see, they didn't
right
need
there.
that. They
That's
didn't need
audio
that.
of the meeting. That sounded like petty.
I join you.
Guys, I'm honestly kind of surprised Jackson knows who the Highwaymen were. I tip my cap.
Yeah.
I was a Highwayman. Oh, man. Chris Christopherson, Willie Nelson, Johnny Cash. I feel like I'm leaving somebody out. There's gotta be...
WJ. That's the initials.
Oh, Waylon Jennings. Yeah. Bengals update. Boomer Esiason was spotted at Six Flags yesterday waiting to ride the Batman
They're
ride.
coming here.
It's an
They're
MD
coming here.
2020.
That'd be nice.
We had some random Bengals sightings around town, which is sort of further indication they're scouting out the area.
This is starting to happen.
Doug, did you see Ken Anderson at the Dairy Queen yesterday?
I did, yeah.
Okay.
The Dairy Queen in Afton.
That's gone.
No, I go there frequently.
Okay.
It's right on Gravois and...
I thought that one was gone.
No,
it's there.
It looks like it's been there since the 40s or 50s.
I know. It's an old school Dairy Queen.
Yeah, it's still very much there.
I don't believe it's Brazier.
It's just ice cream. There's no burgers or anything.
If it's burgers, then it's Brazier.
I believe so.
Thank you.
Tim, was Anthony Munoz at the Hive the other day? Was it?
Ooh, getting those dirty wings?
I think so.
That's something. When I'm here sometimes until like 4 in the afternoon, text my wife and I'll say, how do you feel about some dirty wings?
Okay. All right.
That was Ted Knight right there, Judge Smales. You'd have to know the rhythm of the laugh.
How about the Fresca?
Thank you. Thank you for the
I like a
delicious-
little like hardcore.
You do, like a dirty.
Okay.
And she's like, I don't care. Do you want wings? Get wings. It's fine. Kids are screaming. When are you coming home?
Yeah. I know you are hitting balls at family golf. Don't
Kioski
act like-
wanted to meet again. I mean, I'll be right there.
Doug, you like a good trade deadline preview on April 23rd?
Yes, I do.
Oh, okay. Well, good. Who do you think ESPN has the Cardinals trading?
Ryan Helsley.
Okay. Who else?
Nolan Arenado.
Yes. Did you write this? Or
No,
you already
I
read
didn't.
it?
No.
Helsley is the easy one here. He's an elite closer in his walk year. He'll be in high demand if the Cardinals are not in it. Arenado's status is more up in the air as the team tried to trade him in the offseason. Will some team want him now? He's making $32 million this year, $27 million next year, and $15 in 2027, which complicates things. He's off to an excellent start with more walks than strikeouts while hitting for average, so that could create some interest, and there are certainly some teams that could use an upgrade at third base. Alec Boehm is struggling with the Phillies. The Cubs demoted Matt Shaw. The Blue Jays aren't getting any production at third. The Yankees have only one home run from their third baseman. It's a long list. If the Cardinals pay down some of the contract, they could probably find Arenado a new home. That is from ESPN.com and David Schoenfeld.
Okay. Arenado's not exactly tearing the cover off the ball. He's been okay.
Right.
2 homers.
I would think the one that intrigues me, see if you're on the same page with me, Martin. I feel like we're having a good day of telepathy. The one that I think could be intriguing and high market value.
I'm supposed to name the team.
No. The player that I'm thinking
Player
of.
on the Cardinals who they might trade.
That I think they could.
That could be in play.
They could be a hit
for another team.
Yes.
You mean Fetty?
Puts a lot of pressure on when you play that Jeopardy music.
That's what it's designed to do.
Yeah.
It's kind of like in
Are you
TGO.
Ken
when they play
Jennings
the
over there?
I think so. Maybe Aaron Rodgers.
So you're the player that they
I think
could
Sonny Gray. I know he didn't want to leave this offseason, but if he's, by the time the deadline rolls around, or
He'll
even
rethink
sooner,
it if they're buried.
right? And he can kind of call his shot. And if the Cardinals are out of it, I mean, I don't know. There are some teams that had high expectations that I realize you're about a month into the season at this point. I don't know. I could just see that being the case, and he's been pretty good. I don't know. That's where I think the Cardinals actually might be in a spot to take advantage of it. The Helsley situation, Doug, you enjoy that he only pitches once every 7 days.
When the game's completely in the bag already. Never in a tight game, in a close one.
I don't know.
Unless they're ahead.
I don't know on the Arenado one, but it is good news as Schoenfeld presents that you've got a spot where a bunch of teams are not necessarily getting much from third base. But the Sonny Gray one, I wonder if that could change over the course of the season, and he might, because if he's blindly waiving his no-trade clause at the start of the offseason, he's going, God, I got a couple more years. Family's in Nashville. I don't know. I got a sense that there might be something more to it.
Especially if they're bad. He's getting later in his career.
Right.
And if you say to him, you have a chance to go to X and they're in first place, then maybe it's like, wouldn't mind getting that. The other question I have, we used to have a list of guys. Who's untouchable? Is anybody on this roster? Like if a team called and was interested, is there anybody you'd say, no?
I would say no. There's not anybody that's untouchable.
Isn't that a little disconcerting?
Alarming. Yeah.
Because every team, like, well, we're not trading these three guys. You can't touch him. You can't touch him.
As far as the major league roster goes, my answer is yes. I don't think there's anybody who would be untouchable.
Yeah. They've got some young players that are promising, but they don't appear to have any superstars coming up through the ranks.
The Jordan Walker thing is really I mean, I think it's probably past the point of being concerning. I think that's a euphemism at this point. I'm not saying, hey, bench him. I get what they're doing. It just, for whatever reason, isn't happening. And that was, I mean, at this point now, you're into his third year of playing big league ball. I realize he was going up and down I-55, but what is he now, Doug? 207, I think, last I checked, as far as...
Yeah, I think it's 207, yeah.
It's... like for that to suddenly turn around and become even maybe 80% of what the expectation was. I don't know. I don't know what the hell happened there, but that is...
But, as soon as he goes somewhere else...
Well, that's an indictment of the organization.
Yep.
It gets past the point of being a coincidence and more being an indictment of the organization. If he can get to where they were with him.
I think he's got to play the whole year, end of the season. Same with Gorman, and that's where you're going to look back and say, all right, we gave him the runway. Are these guys everyday big leaguers? But for sure, the clocks, Gorman was a first-round pick in 2018. Even Walker, 2020, that's 5 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
But I think
Still
they're just
only
going to
22, Walker.
Just keep trotting him out there, though. And Mason Wynn remember that horrible start. He's hitting 324 in April, coming off the injured list. God, I still want to say the disabled list, but now that's highly offensive. We said it all those years.
It's offensive, is it really, too?
Yeah, and last night I almost said the disabled list.
Oh,
and
that would trigger people?
Yes, it's the IL now.
Okay.
But it is alarming. You think, Wynn's probably almost untouchable, but not really.
How about this? Victor Scott is untouchable for me. That's from the Gene Stuck-Schulte's Wicked Slide piece.
Okay.
Do you think Sonny Gray's backloaded contract would be a deterrent for a possible trade? He's owed like $65 million over the next 2 years.
Yeah. The Cardinals have to pick some of that up, I'm sure.
It's a negative, but I don't think it's enough for a team that would be one of the possible teams that would do business with them.
Yeah, it's a club option 27 also.
So I don't know. That's kind of an out. One that people might not be thinking about. And I could be wrong. It's not like he's said anything. But I don't think it was as, I've got to be here. I'm not going anywhere this offseason. I think there might have been more to it. And, as time goes on, if it does get to the point where in July the Cardinals are absolutely out of it, and he's going, okay, that means I only got 2.5 months in another market. And then 1 year, I can make that work. We'll figure it out. It's worth it because I just don't want to be a 35-year-old guy pitching on a team that's, playing for absolutely nothing and not even close to doing anything in 2026. That's what I wonder on that. TMA 101 ESPN show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. It is our Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. We'll take a commercial break, come back with more here on TMA. It's 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cardinals' first pitch, in about an hour and 10 minutes in Atlanta, as they have the rubber match of their 3-game series off tomorrow. Cardinals starting at 11:15. Miles Michaelis on the mound for your Redbirds. There's another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Oh, Doug. What's it going to be like at 11 o'clock tomorrow night as the Blues get ready to head back on the ice for the third period? And this song is playing at the Enterprise Center. You know, they play this as the boys get ready. They turn the lights off. People hold up their phones.
Well, sure they do.
And they play Phil Collins in the air tonight. As the boys head out from the room onto the ice. That place is going to be up for snatch grabs, brother.
Do they really?
It will be.
I've really backdoored my way into that one.
They have a countdown clock.
Yeah, I thought you were doing this on purpose.
Yeah, of course I was.
Hockey Insider, Jackson.
I had no idea. It's a W for me, though.
That is.
Okay.
I mean, I guess it doesn't matter how you win
They don't
as
ask
long
how.
as you win.
They ask how many.
And so if the game starts, we think around 9-ish.
I've moved it to 9 o'clock and 30.5 seconds.
So you think they'll slide because of the game before it? They'll just push it back a little bit?
The more it's kind of casually getting moved back more and more.
So it's
monitor the Stanley Cup play. I monitor. I have nothing against the NBA as much as you catch hell for it, and I do like the NBA, but. The first round of the NBA playoffs usually, but I do like that because if you have a great regular season, you're rewarded. There just isn't a whole lot there. It stands out if a random team beats one of the top teams, whereas in the Stanley Cup playoffs, all hell can break loose. And so I pay attention to the Stanley Cup playoffs way more, especially in the first round. And I just get the sense, like when I'm watching, the Blues game time is certainly different depending on where you hear about it. So therefore, if you bet the over when I announced it as 8:43 on Monday, you're probably cashing in already. I mean, it's moved that substantially.
And it stinks for the team because there's a huge presentation and it's sort of back time to when the game begins. You want fans in the stands. Every team, they do a huge video production just for the playoffs. You want people to see it, and you want to be able to have it as the perfect lead-up to the guys coming out on the ice. So if they keep moving the time, it's like, all right, slide the open, slide the production. I'm going to say 8:48, Tim.
8:48's a nice number. 8:48's a nice number.
I'm going to go with 8:49.
Oh, he Price is right at you.
The worst.
Price is right at you. Either way, we were talking about it leading into our conversation with Jamie Rivers, who was our guest in the Fisher window endorser 8 o'clock hour. He thinks it too, that tomorrow night it's going to be bat crap. Doug, missiles on skates. Missiles on skates.
Yeah, most important game of the season to date, obviously. So I think the Blues will come out with a type of attitude that we absolutely have to have this one, or the series is, we're not going to have much of a chance, if any. So they ought to play with that urgency, and I'm sure they will.
Well, they came out flying in game 2.
They did, man. First 5 minutes, they dominated.
Just the pace of that game. And they didn't have a whistle for 5.5 minutes. I would say I'm optimistic. The way they've been playing at home, you got a little bit of downtime here. And, somebody pointed out yesterday, well, that's rest for Winnipeg as well. But when you have Robert Thomas, who appears to be nicked up, Parayko, who's coming off an injury, 2 of your more prominent players.
And Kyrou got run over by a beer truck in game 2.
If you get a little extra time, and I'm sure they're sore over there too, but I'm talking about prominent players who are dealing with injuries. Thomas and Parayko, maybe the extra time, as much as it's a pain to sit around for a couple of days waiting for a game, maybe that will help the note be a little fresher in that game.
I'll be intrigued to see if we can notice some kind of a benefit for one team or the other. I've been reading Mike McIntyre, the Winnipeg Free Press's columns and coverage to get the Jets' perspective, because that's a team that also could see some guys getting back into the mix for Game 3. We will see. And they also took the day off yesterday and just had their optional skate and with some of their injured players skate yesterday to see if the 2 days off winds up benefiting, because that's what you're going to have in between, obviously, 2 and 3 as we're experiencing right now, but also 3 and 4. And, operating on the premise that the Jets don't sweep this thing, you would have the same thing in between 4 and 5. You only go back to the 1 day off in between games 5 and what is being known as the Sundress Special in St. Louis on Friday, May 2nd.
Bettman call it that?
I believe
put out a press
that
release.
was his.
Does he wear a sundress?
I think he sent out a Twitter tweet.
Okay. All right.
He said, if we're planning on playing a while, I don't mind. That's the head coach of the Jets, who I believe before the season, Jackson ranked as one of the most attractive coaches in the NHL.
You've got to be kidding me.
Excuse me?
Is it the bod?
No, he would be Carolina. The Jets.
Smartest delivery right there was a guy who's clearly in an alliance but is rethinking it. That's my read.
What's the name of the guy for Winnipeg?
Scott Arniel.
I don't remember putting him on my list.
I could have sworn
it was Lindy Ruff.
I remember that one because I saw Jamie Rivers in the break room, and I say, "Hey, did you catch Jackson ranking the 5 most attractive coaches in the NHL?" He goes, "Yeah, that Lindy Ruff thing was a little creepy."
I like how he was on board with the segment, but was just off put by
one choice.
Just Lindy Ruff being.
Nobody mentioned, and he's on board with the new guy in Winnipeg.
Oh, okay. Well, if that's the case, then I'll probably stand by it and take a look just to make sure.
That you find the head coach of the Jets attractive. You're not going to get this coverage anywhere else.
No, it's similar to the Eric and the Central West End thing where I can identify that they are an attractive man, but not attracted to him. Yeah, that's actually, I remember now. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, what? He's in the top 5?
Yeah.
Oh, what?
Just kind of guy.
Right behind Lindy Ruff.
He might have a scotch with, and he'll just take care of you.
Really? That's how you look at NHL coaches?
Is that what that means?
You had Brindamore in there, didn't you?
Yeah, the bod.
That's Rod the Bod.
For sure. That way, he probably should have let off. But I think Lindy Ruff did.
Gosh, I'm uncomfortable now.
I am. I'm talking to HR.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. It's just I was tasked with it, and I did it.
I don't believe you were tasked with it.
Tim, did you assign him?
Answer to a higher calling.
Oh, is that right?
Who assigned you to the ranking?
I'd love to know.
It was divine. You picked the deity, I guess.
Jackson can go F himself.
Hey.
He watches a game tomorrow night.
So I want the listeners, am I or am I not watching? I am cool with either.
I've encouraged you not to.
Okay, not a problem.
Just to do it as a science experiment since you watched the last 2 mostly, and they didn't win, and you normally don't watch, so maybe to break the jinx, sit this one out.
No problem.
I don't know how the hell I'm going to handle it because I'm so looking forward to it, but I'm telling you, if it's like I can get to the second period, Doug, assuming it does start like around 8:45. Mm-hmm. Now I'm at 10:30. That's doable. But then second period, you got a tight game. It's entertaining as hell. It's going to be tough to go, all right, I'll watch the rest of it not knowing the result at 4:30 in the morning. Yeah, I don't like that. That's the thing. You take a little taste, you're going to want another taste.
I'd have a hard time turning it off.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, even if I knew I had to go to bed,
You make exceptions for nights like this. And if you don't get as much sleep, you pull yourself up by the bootstraps and you get through it.
But I've been doing this for years, and it's treated me oh so well.
Okay. I got to watch. I'll be up the whole night.
Are you going to the game?
No, I don't have tickets. But I'll watch.
Are you asking for tickets? Because I see that Iggy is asking for a date to the Plowboy's wedding in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
If it works for him, it'll work for me.
And Mark, anything you want to ask for?
Onboarding.
Oh, that's right.
I'm kidding.
It's 10:12. I didn't even think about it.
It's fine. I'm kidding. You guys are the best. What am I asking? I'm asking for a defenseman to score and for Hellebuck to get knocked into. Nothing rough. I want him to get just a little rattled in there, and I'd like a defenseman to score. Let's
get this thing feisty, man.
Yeah, I'm ready.
I got to tell you, I think it's probably the Blues' best chance to win is if you knock them off their games.
I love the fact that Jamie said yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's probably the scouting
and then he gave the story about the Kings thing.
And probably, the Jeff Cordnall game. That was an epic comeback, and then they dusted off the Kings. But the fact that he said it's probably even in their scouting report to rattle Bennington a little bit, that he can get a little feisty. He gets a little banty.
Oh, yeah.
So why not, if you're the Blues, just kind of get in his kitchen a little bit. It does seem Hellebuck's been a little comfortable back there. I want to see these boys skate, Doug.
Skate, boy, skate!
I want to see him get a little riled up. I want to see Toropchenko knocking people around. Let's go.
And when you say get in their kitchen, is it a kitchen that maybe Collier and Thompson could redo?
Unbelievable.
Because they'll redo your kitchen and make it look like $1 million. They'll bring you from 2 goals down and 2 games down and maybe have your kitchen the best in the neighborhood. A lot of times people wait until they're getting ready to move before they fix up their house. That's a mistake. Do it now. Enjoy it yourself. If you're going to be the one to pay for it, make sure you get to enjoy it. So don't wait. And Collier and Thompson is a place where you can trust. It's hard to trust people who's going to be in your home and not knowing if they'll back up their work. Collier and Thompson stands behind every job they do. During the process, they are always available for you. The Collier and Thompson team cares about the work that they produce. For them, it's more than just a job. It's the pride they take in the fabulous content that they can put in your home. They've been in business since the 1950s, a combined 165 years of experience for their employees. Bob Strati and Carolyn Beard are the owners there. They've both been there more than 20 years. They'll get you hooked up with a designer that'll take care of any part of your house. Kitchens, bathrooms, basement, wine rooms, man caves, bars, you name it. They have done it. You need a wall removed. Yes, they do a lot of that. Anything to make your house look better, Collier and Thompson are the people to see. They got a very deep showroom, more than 10,000 square feet, with more than 20 kitchen displays to get some great ideas for your home. Collier and Thompson is on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality, online at collierandthompson.com.
Warson Woods Wacko apparently has some insight into why Jackson cannot watch the game tomorrow night. Jackson can't watch the whole game because he will be dancing at Tin Roof prior to the Brooks and Dunn show on Friday.
Is that right?
So I would go on Thursday to dance.
Get warmed up.
The night before.
Just to get warmed up.
I'm not too well versed in Brooks and Dunn and their work. Is that dancing tunes?
Doug, do you like My Maria?
Yes.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Uh-huh. Neon Moon, I think, is theirs.
So would you dance to that?
Maybe boot scooting.
Okay. I can boot scoot with the best of them.
Okay.
I won't be at Tin Roof tomorrow night. No shot.
Disappointing.
Let's tell you.
You can email in on Jackson at Tin Roof Boot Scooting to My Maria.
Yeah.
The morning after at InsideSTL.com, Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. We've been joined today by Jamie Rivers, by Taylor Twellman, by Stephen Matz. You can always go back and podcast via the Schaefer Door Company podcast. Martin's heading out for onboarding. The program is called TMA, and it's presented by Brown Group on 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring has been family and locally owned going back 3+ decades. Michael takes great pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and make a great living. His passion is flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. And that's why he's making sure he gets the best installers and giving them $7 a square yard, which is awesome compensation in this industry. Just come in or talk to them, and you're going to see the difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you, not pushing what corporate is telling them they have too much of. There's a reason he's continued to grow through the 31 years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they're taken care of, and this then rubs off on the families buying the product as they know they have the best interest of the buyers. They have it all, but carpet is awesome, and it's back. They have so many varieties of all flooring and have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis, in Creve Coeur, Dardenne Prairie, and St. Peters. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com.
We're repping Louis Archer, shining city on the rise. Toasted ravioli on the plate, but heavy supplies. Jobu sitting in the locker room, blessings on ice. Jets flying high, but not tonight, they paying the price. Blue notes hit ice cold, we crash that net. Thomas dishing dime, shin a vet with no sweat. Blues on a mission, we don't break, we collect. The Jets get grounded, this a St. Louis set. Shin a shooter, clutching OT,
I like this one.
thunder. Thomas slicker than the Mississippi undercover. Jobu brought the mojo, hands warm, no blunder. The Jets hit turbulence, Louis bringing that hunger. Crowd roaring in the building, beers up, let it spin. From the Dogtown bars to the blaring horns within. Stanley dreams loom big and the grit starts to blend. We from the Lou, where every battle we intend to win. Ice cutting clean, we skating hard like we mean it. Blues jersey dripping, yeah, that energy is scenic. Jets cut from the radar, hitters couldn't glean it. Louis in the heart, we the real team to believe it. Blue notes hit, ice cold, we crash that net. Thomas dishing dime, shin vet with no sweat. Blues on a mission, we don't break, we collect. The Jets get grounded, this a St. Louis set.
Oh, my. How do you do?
Oh, fine.
Jackson, this one's getting support.
At the beginning, I thought it was kind of goofy, but the lyric construction is pretty solid, you know?
Sounded like B.O.B.
B.O.B. I haven't heard that name in a while.
Bob.
Right. Acronym.
And he worked with
Haley Williams.
Haley Williams.
And also,
was that 2010?
No, I don't know the years.
And the lead singer of Weezer.
Shooting Stars?
I just don't. I
10
just don't
like
know
airplanes in the night sky are like shooting stars.
I'm doing the high pitch part.
Yeah, thank you. I could really use a wish right now.
Can you hear the harmony? It's like a barbershop quartet.
Yeah, I know that song. Yeah.
And then he did with the lead singer of Weezer. What's his name? Rivers.
Darnell Coles.
Darnell Coles is the lead
We had
singer.
Weezer here for a while.
Right.
He went to barbecues, gentlemen.
Topless
barbecue.
Right. And then there was the band Weezer. Rivers Cuomo. That's it. He had a big song with him.
Rivers Cuomo.
Yeah.
Sweater song, undone, parentheses. This rap song is the best hype song yet. That is from the 314. I'm Feeling It. That's from the 314. Song Sucks. That's from the 618. Holy Crap, This Sucks. Turn It Off. That's from Doug Vaughn's Gong. Let's Effing Go. That's from Ironhead. And Jackson has a bumper sticker that says Cowboy Butts Drive Me Nuts. What does that have to do with this song?
I don't know.
That'd be a good bumper sticker.
It wouldn't be.
If he wants to have the bumper sticker,
yeah,
he's got that 26.2 bumper sticker.
Well, that's better.
That'd be it'd be tough to pull into a place with that on the back of your car.
And you drive a Mini Cooper, right?
Purple.
You don't want to mess that thing up.
So that is actually like
you have a purple Mini Cooper.
That's right. Top down.
That's what you're driving now?
Yeah, that's right.
That daily driver. That day he had to come in the snow, that Mini Cooper got him here.
Yeah, front wheel drive.
And it's purple?
Magenta. But yeah, has a nice sheen to it, Braden Sheen. I do think that's like a funny fantasy football punishment. Like the thing where you have to sit at Waffle House for 24 hours, I think is kind of played out. But having to have like a bumper sticker on your car.
That's the thing you do if you lose a bet. You sit at Waffle House.
Some people
throw you out.
You get to take an hour off every waffle you eat.
Yeah, so the fantasy football punishment sometimes is like, 24 hours in the IHOP or Waffle House. And yeah, for every pancake/waffle you eat, it takes an hour off. That's been done a lot, but I think having a bumper sticker on your car for a whole year until the next loser is pretty awesome.
Doug, rank the following, if you would. Waffles, pancakes, some call them pan cans, and French toast.
I got to, gosh. I'll go French toast.
I think that's right. I think that's right. I do think that's right.
I think so.
Ugh. What'd you say first? French toast?
French toast.
Jackson's
I think.
tweeting us out.
1,000% correct.
It's kind of a, it's kind of a unique little thing to have.
Do you like cinnamon on it, boy?
Yes, I do. Boy.
What about some nutmeg?
That's fine.
Whipped cream?
Oh, okay, that's enough. Then I'm going to say the waffles and then pancakes. How many pan coins you got, bitch?
Okay. Yeah, I actually think
your words, sir.
Pancakes too, but I'm with you. French toast to me is number one.
Yeah, it's a treat.
It's amazing.
Your thoughts on French toast?
I think no, I haven't had it in years.
Similar to my donut take, it's not really breakfast, or it shouldn't be.
It's
probably
just cake.
Yeah, I mean, you're just literally
you're essentially eating cake under the guise of a different name to make you feel psychologically better about your lack of self-discipline. I'm sorry I said it, but I'm not running for office. I decided not to.
Honestly, all three of those items are just dessert that you have for breakfast, but they are outstanding.
If you're dealing with a lack of discipline, low energy, motivation,
all you can do is eat French toast.
No, you go to Mentality.
That's absolutely right.
That's exactly right. Mentality is a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best. Board-certified physicians provide a full physical consultation and blood panel analysis all during your first visit. Mentality focuses on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, ensuring your treatment is tailored to your body. It is Mentality. I've gone out there. I've gotten tested super easy, in and out within 20 minutes, super friendly staff, and I recommend you get tested as well. Don't let low testosterone hold you back. Be your best for yourself and your family. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio and find out how to book an appointment or find out more at mentalityhealth.com/radio. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
ain't no way the blues
That Rocky Horror Tuba.
That's correct.
All the boys are back in town. All the boys are back at home. Back to toasted ravioli and that Budweiser
That was nice. Very nice.
You felt like it was a little too brief.
Well, yeah, it wasn't a real long song. I was
No,
talking about
that was
toasted
just
ravioli and Budweiser foam.
That was the tail end of a song I played earlier. I
Okay.
played the first half of it.
Okay.
Not kind of want to get to because I like that one a lot. I like the big band. St. Louis blues, you know,
Yeah,
it should
I like
have
it.
like a blues kind of feel to it.
Doug Vaughn's Gong texting in 314-399-9646. And keep in mind, you're only 9 days away from Jackson having a first week of a month where he will update people's names if you don't have a text inbox name yet here on the program. Doug Vaughn's Gong did not like the rap song for the previous segment in the 10 o'clock hour, but big fan of this. Now this is pristine, elegant, delightful, wonderful. That's from Doug Vaughn's Gong. Baby Making Music. That's from Thanks, Dad.
That's the name he wanted.
Yeah.
Thanks, Dad.
Since the TMA, I kind of like that.
Yeah, well.
Since the TMA started doing these annoying songs, the Blues have not looked good at all. Stop it! It's from the 217. Jackson, are you the one making these songs?
No, they send it in to us, and they're cool, and we appreciate the listeners and their creativity. And so we and it's great return music. You heard that. Plus, not to mention, it can be played on YouTube. So,
do I have a text inbox name? That's from the 618.
I don't know. When's May 1st coming up?
Well, he doesn't if it shows up as just a phone number.
That's right.
Wouldn't that
That's
answer
right.
The question itself,
May 1st will be next Thursday.
How do you get your name in the text inbox? Doug, that's from the 314.
Next Thursday will be May 1st, and I will be changing names left and right.
The answer to the question is you send in, say, hey, Jackson, could you please change my name from this phone number to, because we see the phone numbers pop up, but if you don't have a name saved, I just read it as from the 618, 417, what have you and whatnot. Doug, it is a Blues Playoff preview segment, and The Athletic has just come out with this article, and I know you love rankings.
I do.
You love power rankings.
Yes, well, sometimes, you know.
How do you feel about pressure rankings?
Pressure, like who's under the most pressure?
That's correct.
Okay. See how I sniffed that out?
Sean McIndoe of The Athletic.
Why is he chirping?
He just wrote a column on the pressure rankings for the 16 remaining teams.
Oh, gosh.
In the Stanley Cup. Jeez. Stanley Cup playoffs. Who do you think you can take? You can go from the top or from the bottom. Your pick.
There would be probably more pressure on the Blues since they're losing 2-0.
I think going into
the playoffs. Who's under the more pressure?
Yeah, Sean McIndoe, The Athletic.
I got to read McIndoe's mind. How about the Jets?
As the team with the most or the least?
How about the most pressure?
That's correct.
Okay.
I was stunned by that answer.
Well, they won the President's Trophy, and they haven't won anything lately, and they've been bounced out of the playoffs early.
I know, but I mean, in comparison to, like, the Leafs, I couldn't believe it when I saw it. But, Doug, tip of the cap to you. You and Sean McIndoe must have something.
Yeah, I don't know why.
He says, if you were going to sketch out what a perfect Jet season would look like, this would be it. Their best player was so good that he should win the MVP. Their other leaders all met or exceeded expectations. They were relatively healthy, and in a brutal division, they managed to finish first and earn a very winnable matchup. Bo! Bo! Did you hear that?
Yeah, winnable.
He said very winnable, though.
Mm-hmm. He thinks we're chopped liver.
Jim Montgomery's got that in the bulletin board room. Add it all up, and they've already banked their first ever President's Trophy. Will that matter? Not if they can't make a deep run. Even putting aside concerns over attendance, which we probably shouldn't, it's hard to see where they go from here if it all falls apart in the postseason once again. We know they're never going to be a big UFA destination, and they're going to be on no trade clauses around the league.
That's nice.
That's for the Tourism Bureau. Those are big obstacles most teams don't deal with, but they're just the reality for Winnipeg. They basically need to draft well, keep the stars they develop, and then hope it all comes together in one perfect season. And so far this year, that's pretty much what's happening. Mix in a 2-0 series lead over the Blues and suggest they can escape the first round relatively easily, and the path's all laid out. This isn't a young team, and the degree of difficulty may be higher in Winnipeg than anywhere else. It's there for the taking right now, with the whole country ready to root for them. If not now, when?
I don't know when. I don't know.
I didn't realize that are they already being looked at as a team? I know that they had attendance issues a couple of years ago.
Yeah, not now. Not when you're the best team in the league.
I do have to pose this query, and I guess I'm crowdsourcing, and I realize I'm probably just asking you, Doug. The Thrashers moved there after Atlanta didn't work out, and now Atlanta's back in the mix for an expansion team. Again, that'll be their third hockey expansion team. This is all relatively recent. You know, the Thrashers were I remember Kachuk got traded there, Walter, in 2000. Was that 2007?
I just don't know the years.
I'm just surprised that there's already talk of a team that's only been in a place for like a decade, a little more than a decade, to be in trouble.
In trouble in terms of the pressure, or in trouble in terms of possibly moving?
In trouble in terms of possibly moving. Pressure is one thing.
Well, it's a small market.
Yeah. Their first season was 2011, 2012. So, I mean, a little more than a decade.
Yeah, I think if you're like...
I can't believe you're going into this one, but I'm anxious to hear what you say.
Well, you talked about like how it's not a very... Well, was it McAdoo?
Sean McIndoe.
McIndoe talked about how it's not a popular place for UFAs. It's not often on no trade list. If you're like the owner of the team, you might be like, boy, like I think I've put together a really good team. Falter in the first or second round of the playoffs. Can't get it done. Tough to get new players in. If we go somewhere else, it might be considerably easier, and I can probably make more money. It sucks for the people of Winnipeg. It's not their fault.
Well, they've managed to put together a hell of a team, so it's obviously not impossible.
Hell of a team,
but as
hell
you
of a buck.
said, a lot of it's, in-house.
Right, developed, and yeah, and I think that's great, but like, what's the sustainability of that?
So having read what he laid out, I get it. I just didn't realize, because in other words, if they have another, teaser season in which they have a great regular season, but then go nowhere in the playoffs and get knocked out in the first or second round, then perhaps these fans who aren't really supporting the team anyway because they're kind of getting tired of good regular seasons with bad postseasons, does that jeopardize the franchise's stability? So from that standpoint, I follow it. Number 2 surprises me, the Dallas Stars. Number 3 surprises me, the Tampa Bay Lightning, although I get it because the window kind of closed, and now it's the second stage of the window would be closing. Carolina 4, this is where I would have gone. I would have gone right where I see 5 and 6, and that's Edmonton and the Leafs. Edmonton, because you're sitting there going, okay, at some point, we got to do something. I mean, a Western Conference, championship was great, but we can't have Connor McDavid and not win a cup. And then in Toronto, which I would have, if you just asked me before I read this column, I would have said Toronto's number 1, because I think that's the highest pressure cooker in the NHL. For the record, Doug, the Blues are 15th.
Well, I can see that.
14th. Wild 15, L'Habitant 16.
Expectations weren't terribly high going into the year, and people, it seems like a lot of folks are just really happy that they're in. And I don't know where the pressure would be coming from. It's not, media pressure is not going to be all over the Blues if they don't win. I don't know what really kind of pressure they're talking about. The Blues draw extremely well here. We assume they're not moving to Saskatoon anymore, that's off the table. So I wouldn't think the Blues are under a great deal of pressure this year.
The column says a late season win streak transformed them from bubble also-rans to, well, something else. We're still not quite sure what, because they're heavy underdogs to the Jets, but as far as late season transformations, nobody can match the Blues. The elephant in the room here is 2019, when the team went from dead last to Stanley Cup champions. It's tempting to try to force this year into that same narrative, even if it's not quite a fit. If they lose, it will be an expected result that still might feel like a missed opportunity. Yeah, I disagree with the missed opportunity. I mean, I guess anytime you lose in the postseason, but this just isn't, they're not the same team that rattled off all those wins. And I think that's been pretty clear here with what's going on.
I'm getting tired of this McDonut guy chirping our brand.
You said the Canadiens were in last place?
Yes.
I really messed up by not putting Martin St. Louis as one of my 4 or 5 most attractive coaches.
Oh, are we getting back to that?
Unbelievable. Doug and I are having a wonderful discussion about the St. Louis Blues, and it's hijacked over here by Adam Silver and to try to run the conversation to the ground by ranking Martin St. Louis as one of his 5 most attractive coaches, right there behind Lindy Ruff.
I mean, look at it. The salt and pepper look now. It's good stuff.
You like a salt and pepper look on a gentleman?
Speaking of that, brief aside, you see George Clooney dyed his hair?
Well, it's for the play he's performing.
Oh, okay. Thank God.
What, you thought it was like a...
I thought for
Clayton happy hour?
Well,
he dyed black or something?
It's like dark brown. Okay. I would have thought Urlacher was playing a joke when he showed up.
I agree with that.
Showed up with that thing on his head. So
that thing was a hair transplant.
I know. But like Urlacher's famously bald, just like Clooney's famously silver fox. So if you go away from that out of nowhere, okay. All right, making sure. Thank you, Tim.
Okay.
I was nervous about that.
But this all starts with Martin St. Louis.
Yeah, well, I was talking about...
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to...
I thought it was a real shame that there was a guy, a star player like him, and his name spells out St. Louis, that he could not have been on the Blues.
Yeah.
You've got to get him, right?
Yeah. I would have thought. He played for, the Lightning? For a long time? Ning?
I think that's right.
Correct.
Yeah.
I played a lot of NHL 08. And,
did you really? Did you really?
Sure. Absolutely.
You still didn't fall in love with the game.
No. Still, I never figured out what icing was, even playing the game.
You know now, though, right?
Sure.
You don't know what icing is.
Yeah. On the power play, though, if you're on the penalty kill, do whatever you want. You know?
There is no icing.
Yeah, throw that puck anywhere. Not obviously into the
But when you're watching and icing gets called, are you confused by it?
They have to say it for me to be like, okay, that was icing.
I would hope so.
I can't just identify.
The official might just be bluffing.
No, the broadcast crew.
You couldn't recognize it yourself. If you were the linesman, you wouldn't know it.
No, I don't think it'd be a very good linesman.
I don't like that you don't have to go touch the puck for icing.
They did that after work stoppage to try to speed things up, and then sometimes it gets waved off as the puck makes its way down the boards.
And there were some guys getting really crunched because a defensive guy would go back to get it, and with his back turned, an offensive guy would come and just staple him into the boards.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought this was hockey.
Oh, Jiminy Christmas.
Doug's had enough. Email in. You can have enough, too. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air Heating and Cooling email a day. Doug, you know something about Design Air?
I do. Design Air is going to take care of any problem you might have with your furnace or your air conditioner. Maybe you don't have a problem. And to be wise, just to get some regular maintenance. And that's where Design Air comes in. Seth Goldcamp and his team have been serving St. Louisans since 1904. It's a 4th generation St. Louis business and the longest running TMA supporter and advertiser on the show. And for that, we are very grateful. Seth and his team do a fantastic job. I've had them out to my house a few times to do some maintenance. They get in, they get out, and you know what else? They put on those little hospital-type booties so they don't track anything in your house. Attention to detail is big with them. They'll never try to upsell you. They'll always give you exactly what you need. That's how they train their employees, and they take that reputation very seriously. Their website, easy to navigate with the convenience of online scheduling. Now, you don't even need to call. Just schedule online. They'll get out there for all of your heating and cooling needs. Choose Design Air Heating and Cooling. You can find them online at designairservice.com.
There it is. Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Next here on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan for Universal Windows Direct. If spring cleaning has you thinking about spring upgrading, this is the month to do it. Freshen up your home's look, boost your energy efficiency, and save big during Universal Windows Direct Spring Home Improvement event. Right now, it's their classic fan favorite offer. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free. And there's no limit. Need 4, you pay for 2. Need 12, you pay for 6. You get the idea. But this month, the savings don't stop there. For a limited time, Universal Windows Direct is also offering no interest until 2030. That's right. Upgrade your home today and don't pay a cent in interest for 6 whole years. It's the easiest way to start your project now without the financial pressure. And here's the real spring surprise. Get a bonus $500 off your entire home improvement project. So if you're thinking about adding an entry door or vinyl siding, this is another way to do it and save. So what are you waiting for? Upgrade your curb appeal, increase your energy savings, and take on those big projects with confidence. Schedule your free in-home estimate today by calling 314-334-2522 or visiting universalwindowsdirect.com. For the last windows you'll ever need, go with Universal Windows Direct. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Pacers defeat the Bucks yesterday. Pascal Siakam, a.k.a. Spicy P, with 24 points and 11 rebounds. Pacers have a 2-0 lead in that first-round series. That was another SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back to TMA 101 ESPN. Doug, guess what it's time for?
Email of the day.
That's right. Brought to you by Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. Happy Wednesday, lads. Top 3 Highwaymen songs. Number 1, Highwaymen. Number 2, American Remains. Number 3, Against the Wind. I'd like to extend my apologies to KG in Tight Pants Town. I never meant to offend you or the fine citizens of Jefferson County for wearing jogger pants. This show doesn't kink shame, so I shouldn't hit you with shrapnel from my jogger pant grenade. It looks like the Real Housewives of TMA won't have a St. Charles representative, but I'd love to see a Timmy's tour bus loaded with the cast of He's and She's and Troll Main Street for one night, similar to when the Orange County Housewives take an exotic vacation. Cheers, that's from my cousin Vinny.
My cousin Vinny.
Have you ever seen a beefy fella try to hide his rotund stomach by tucking in his shirt real tight? He thinks he's hiding his love handles, but you can see his belly jiggle like a bowl of Jell-O as his doughy midsection yearns for freedom. This is what I picture every time one of these heavy-breathing, disgruntled dudes calls your show. What's the vetting process to make it on the air?
None. Hello, you're on. That's how it works.
Do these unhinged fanatics simply call and say something like, I know it's only 7 a.m., but I like to interrupt your conversation to complain that my texts aren't getting read? And somehow, these unfunny competitive eaters are immediately allowed to broadcast their thoughts across the bi-state region. Why do you hate your loyal listeners? We don't want to hear heavy breathers gasp for oxygen on the air. I swear Albert Edison was huffing so loud, it sounded like he just participated in a dance contest for Andy Reid lookalikes. Damn. I never thought it would be possible for a call to be worse than that one dude who knows a guy that lived next to a guy who heard Cam Jansen can really take a punch. But somehow we reached a new low today. Although if you guys are going to let Jackson say things like, I really want the Winnipeg coach to take care of me while he daydreams about Lindy Ruff's mustache, maybe the phone lines are not so bad after all. Doug, that comes from the JV golf coach.
JV golf coach.
Dear esteemed hosts, I wanted to float a modest proposal for your next golf scramble and live remote that Tim will have to skip on short notice because the thought of leaving his basement to schmooze with guys that can't afford to support his sponsors will overwhelm him, and the tournament will last longer than the formidable St. Louis's Most Beautiful People segment you guys eye-rolled your way through for 8 months. Ah, yes, Ruth Park Golf Course in University City. The course has a certain lived-in quality. The fairways are mostly there. The tee boxes are charmingly burnt orange color. And the greens offer a variety of textures. The bunkers are just lower patches of ground with different dirt. But what it may lack in polish, it more than makes up for in character. And let's not forget the audio ambience. Doug, you ever play Ruth Park? That was my first quote-unquote real golf course. It's not a shot at Tower Tee, but I'm just talking about where there would be par fours and you would not hit,
I have never been to Ruth Park.
Is that right?
Really?
Home of the fives.
That's where I've learned the game.
Is that where you learned the game as well?
5 minutes from my home growing up.
Same here. And let's not forget the audio ambiance. Apologize. Car alarms, rodents, and then a leaf blower, making it a unique, dynamic soundscape for any live broadcast, much like the time Tim dialed in from what he had hoped to be his escape plan in Jupiter with weed whackers, excavators, and yapping dogs seemingly being mic'd up for 3 hours a day. To no one's dismay. Doug, do you remember the weed? There was leaf blowers in the neighborhood.
But that work's got to get done.
Amen. We recently kicked off a lads party weekend there in St. Louis, and it delivered everything we were hoping for. Warm beer out of styrofoam cups, a stolen car, an airport security guard welcoming us with the threat of arrest if we didn't scurry across the 14 lanes in the arrivals lot in a hurried fashion. Luckily, we found our way to Ruth Park and Resort. It's fully walkable, which is idea for the, let's say, fuller-bodied fans of your show. Those who want to enjoy golf without the pressure of incline.
That's not true.
And when you're done, Circle K down the street serves Fountain RC Cola. Doug, how about that? RC Cola
That
tribute
sounds
to the
good to me,
St. Louis
yeah.
Rams. Ruth Park is every man's country club. Yours in hopeful planning, party planner to the poor's, Nigel L. Peppercorn III. He is a party planner, Doug.
Nigel L. Peppercorn III.
Sadie Hawkins, Doug, the Cardinals picked up a nice come-from-behind win in Atlanta to improve their road record to 2-10. Mike Francesa is reporting 4 guys watching 1 guy play basketball is not an offense. Is that a new report? But I think the lead is that Libby Jack is reporting that Forest Park is 8 times larger than Central Park in New York City. Well, that doesn't seem right, and anyone who has been to both would find that claim sus AF, and in fact, Forest Park is roughly 1.5 times, not 8 times larger. But let's cut remedial math boy some slack since he revealed he really was in remedial math technically throughout high school. That's true. As we celebrate the 40th anniversary of just one of the guys this week, I can't help but think of the TMA callers. Is this week's batch of callers the worst in the history of the show?
Damn.
On Monday, we had the geriatric blind man from Festus finally getting back on the air after spending a week on hold. So he could run back his lame shtick about naming a baby. Then on Tuesday, we had the guy who Libby Jack finds attractive but isn't attracted to calling in to break the news that was really just a repackaged clickbait nothing burger Bengals story, only to bleach himself when he learned you already talked about it last week. Then today we had a guy call in to passive aggressively bitch about not having his text read under the guise of wanting to know if Libby Jack updated his text name, only for Libby Jack to drop a "I don't even know who you are," like he was Don Draper in the elevator. Bleach them all! That's from Buck Swope, and that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. What you got?
That was very nice from Buck Swope. Very nice little email, but I'm going to have to vote for JV Golf Coach.
I agree. JV made me laugh the best.
I'm Buck Swope.
Oh, my God. I think it's JV Golf Coach, and I thought Buck Swope was really good. JV Golf Coach has won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Time for us to go. BK and Ferrario are up next for Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Sullivan, Vaughn, and Tim McKernan. This has been the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.